Chapter 4062. Man has law, and heaven and earth are just. One of the sub-bodies chanted loudly. These words fell in the air and shattered one after another. Waves of awe-inspiring energy rushed into these broken words and turned into inscriptions. The inscriptions were recast one after another in this domain. In just a few breaths, a thick chain of inscriptions gradually formed. As soon as this chain of inscriptions appeared, the solemn and awe-inspiring laws appeared, completely sealing off the area within 1,000 miles. Even Xiao Hua's heart was straightened. Man has the law, and evil spirits must be repelled. Immediately after, the second body chanted again. These words formed another thick chain of inscriptions in the air, echoing with the one in front of him, forcing Xiao Hua to the point where it was difficult to even breathe. Man has law, and the people obey. The third sub-body spoke. This time, the awe-inspiring energy was even more than before. The lightning near Xiao Hua was forced to shrink by half. Finally, the Confucian cultivator spoke. Man has law, and all things fall. With the appearance of the last engraved law chain, the entire sky of 1,000 miles was completely enveloped. The 4 chains pounced towards Xiao Hua from all directions. The engraved law chain was like the soul of the entire domain, causing Xiao Hua to be unable to break free. Even the lightning was suppressed to within 10 feet of Xiao Hua. You are the inspector of the immortal palace? Xiao Hua's face was pale. He stared at the somewhat familiar chains and said word by word, "What law and rules did I break that actually forced the great grandmaster of the immortal palace to take action?" He. The Confucian cultivator saw that the area within 1,000 miles was like an iron wall. The void was filled with awe-inspiring energy and he couldn't help but sneer. You are the leader of the thieves, leading the remnants of the Daoist sect to rebel. You even destroyed the destiny of the 9 regions and stole my hidden immortal 9 cauldrons. For such a great crime, I, a Confucian cultivator, can kill you. Ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed. His eyes were full of ridicule as he looked at the falling chains and said, "Who is the thief who stole the country? Who is the thief who stole the cauldrons? I'm afraid no one knows better than you, right? You use the law and the essence of rules to do petty things. With such an illegitimate reputation, how can you trap me?" A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of the Confucian cultivator. He urged the true energy in his body and scolded, "I want to be the law, I want to be the rules. You are an uninitiated Daoist sect. How can you understand the meaning of my Confucian cultivator? Die. Hum hum." The 4 chains of inscription were like horned dragons. They had already trapped Xiao Hua in an area of several tens of zhong around him, entangling each other as they fell down. Xiao Hua raised his head and laughed. Such a self-righteous world, how can it be the world? How could such an unscrupulous sun and moon be the sun and moon that the people wanted? Since that's the case, then let this Xiao change the world for the people. Ka. With a wave of Xiao Hua's left hand, a golden light mixed with a faint awe-inspiring aura flew out. That golden light soared into the sky and turned into a golden dragon. The golden dragon, like Xiao Hua's unwavering determination, split the impregnable law into 2 halves. Then, the golden dragon roared and pounced on the 4 chains. Those tens of thousands of inscriptions were almost simultaneously covered by the golden light. In this golden light, they first frantically counterattacked, then the golden light pierced the inscriptions. These inscriptions were like tadpoles, and almost at the same time, all the inscriptions were split from the middle and split into 2 halves. Looking at the chain that was pretending to be a sheep's head but selling dog meat, it was actually split neatly into 2 by the ice-breaking intent. Spirit, spiritual object. When the Confucian cultivator saw the power of the soaring dragon scissors, he couldn't help but groan. At the same time, greed appeared in his eyes, and he urged the true qi in his body again. However, before he could make a move, he saw Xiao Hua raise his right hand. A sword gourd flashed, and a green and red jade appeared in the air. Quick! Xiao Hua urged his true qi, and a spell appeared in his hand. On the sword gourd, a white light with a nose and eyes appeared. Not good. Seeing that his mind was blurred, the Confucian cultivator was shocked. Weng! Then, Two almost colorless spirit execution yuan light soared into the sky from the sword gourd and fell on the Confucian cultivator's head faster than lightning. The Confucian cultivator's figure immediately became sluggish, and the chilling aura within 1,000 miles also disappeared like a receding tide. Hee hee. Xiao Hua sneered, but the spirit execution yuan light slightly intertwined, and a thin, invisible blood mark appeared on the Confucian cultivator's neck. Puff. The Confucian cultivator's head fell, and true qi rushed out of his neck. Xiao Hua looked at a lot of blood rushing out, and he couldn't help but stare blankly. At this moment, boom. Xiao Hua's back suddenly emitted the sound of a mountain flood exploding, and a thin stream of water fell on Xiao Hua's body at lightning speed. Damn! Although the stream of water was small, fear appeared on Xiao Hua's face, and he hurriedly dodged. Boom! He only dodged a few inches, and the stream of water rushed into his body. Xiao Hua's demon body, which had been tempered for a long time, emitted a pa sound in the stream of water, and a bloody hole several feet in size appeared under Xiao Hua's right armpit. This bloody hole not only penetrated the right side of Xiao Hua's body, but it also exploded into pieces, too horrible to look at. Immortal Palace's imperial equipment. The stream of water finally condensed into a diamond-shaped imperial equipment, and there was a glaring imperial character on the imperial equipment. Xiao Hua couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Ha ha! The Confucian cultivator's complacent smile came out from his other body, and he looked at Xiao Hua's pale face and said, "What's the use of a strong demon body? It's not like my Immortal Palace's imperial equipment hasn't killed demons." Ouch, this is the imperial star stab. Just as the Confucian cultivator opened his mouth, an awe-inspiring aura also came out from his body, and it pounced on him with the force of 10,000 catties. It was the depressing divine stab that Xiao Hua released earlier. This depressing divine stab was the Immortal Palace's imperial star stab, and it was extremely hidden in the Confucian cultivator's awe-inspiring aura. The Confucian cultivator's primordial spirit was already proud after teleporting to his body, and now he was caught off guard. Moreover, that body was condensed from the 5 qi unifications of true qi, and it was hit by the imperial star stab, and it collapsed extremely quickly. Damn it! The Confucian cultivator's voice came out from another body. However, just as this voice came out, the lightning around Xiao Hua's body flourished. Rumble. In the sound of thunder, Xiao Hua's body once again turned into lightning. The Confucian cultivator's body was defeated, and the head of his main body was also chopped off. The sealed domain on all sides had already collapsed by half, and under Xiao Hua's lightning attack, it collapsed even more. However, this wasn't the end of it. What made the Confucian martial grandmaster's mind crumble was that a beam of light several zhong wide suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Hua. The domain that was already falling apart suddenly opened up a passage. The Confucian martial grandmaster simply couldn't see where the beam of light came from. Xiao Hua had already turned into a bolt of lightning and streaked across the sky, instantly escaping from this domain. Damn it, this guy really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Especially that instant feat technique. It's simply a 7th grade elemental energy. No, it's simply an 8th grade elemental energy, upper rank. The Confucian cultivator cursed inwardly. That body hurriedly swayed and fell back into his main body, and the head that fell off also grew out again. His entire body rapidly shrank, and at the same time, his figure also turned into a multicolored light and chased after Xiao Hua. However, at this time, the Confucian cultivator's flying speed was already a bit weaker than before. Looking at Xiao Hua again, he was even more confident than before, and showed signs of increasing his speed again. Damn it! After chasing for a few more days, although the Confucian cultivator didn't catch up to Xiao Hua, he didn't lose him either. When he saw Xiao Hua's speed increase again, he secretly shouted in his heart, and at the same time, he took out an imperial tool from his bosom. This imperial tool was a triangular square box, and the box's exterior was roaming with multicolored clouds. The Confucian cultivator hurriedly said a few words to this box, and then turned the square box. On the square box's triangular edges, various scenes frequently appeared, and then the square box's triangular edges emitted an unpleasant rhythm, and a black shadow covered the square box. This old man wants to see where you can escape to. After the Confucian cultivator cast his technique, an indescribable sneer appeared on his face, and he put the square box into his bosom. It was also at this time, woo. A strange sound came from afar, and two transparent spirit execution yuan rays rose up again. The Confucian cultivator's complexion changed, and his figure slightly stagnated. He raised his hand and patted his forehead, and three colored true qi surged out, transforming into a water cherry blossom above his head. Ha ha! Xiao Hua's mocking laughter came, and the spirit execution yuan rays that soared into the sky suddenly disappeared. It turned out that all of this was just Xiao Hua's illusion technique. The Confucian cultivator flew into a rage. He had already chased for more than 10 days, and aside from using his domain to trap Xiao Hua at the beginning, Xiao Hua's figure had always been drifting around the edge of his domain. Whenever the Confucian cultivator teleported, Xiao Hua would also teleport, and whenever the Confucian cultivator tried to use a secret technique to get closer, Xiao Hua would change direction like a fish. In front of Xiao Hua's rich escape experience and peerless escape technique, the roles of the two seemed to have changed. This Confucian cultivator was just a small cultivator of 5th grade essence energy, and this time, Xiao Hua's feint increased the distance between the two again. This place seems to be the Qili's training ground. Just as Xiao Hua was desperately trying to escape, a slightly familiar scene appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua almost didn't hesitate, and his figure suddenly rushed into the sky, flying straight towards the location of the earth, fire, wind, and lightning. Even though Xiao Hua was escaping with ease, his heart was also clenched. The other party was a 7th-level essence energy martial grandmaster, who was already on the verge of becoming a literary saint. In the previous battle in the high-altitude domain, Xiao Hua had used up all his means and barely managed to escape. The strength of this opponent was the same as Ao Jian on the dragon boat. They had already begun to comprehend domains, and Xiao Hua's every move was within their control. If it wasn't for unexpected methods, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Especially, from this cultivator's mouth, Xiao Hua knew that this cultivator already knew everything about Yaotai Mountain, and also knew that he had 9 cauldrons in his hands. Xiao Hua even knew that this cultivator actually had a master behind him. In other words, if Xiao Hua didn't kill this cultivator this time, he would be noticed by this so-called master, and it would be very difficult for him to find peace in the future, even if Xiao Hua was now the Dragon Master of Dragon Island in Nei. -13. Chapter 4063. However, as soon as Xiao Hua thought about how he had to kill a Confucian cultivator whose strength was close to that of the sage of literature, he felt bitter. The heavens were playing a big joke on him. In the folded Jadeite legacy realm, the after-effects of using the demonic saber had yet to be eliminated, and he had to face such a strong opponent again. Xiao Hua really didn't know whether the heavens wanted to kill him or the Confucian cultivator following closely behind him. Seeing the astral winds and layers of earth, fire, wind, and lightning appearing in front of him, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly again. Although the previous scene looked familiar, he couldn't be sure. However, seeing the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, Xiao Hua could tell that this place was definitely not the Qili's training ground. However, seeing the earth fire surging and the wind and lightning whistling, Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and slowly calculated. Although Xiao Hua was calculating, his figure didn't stop, and he pounced on the astral winds like lightning. In the distance, the Confucian cultivator was somewhat bewildered. How could the earth, fire, wind, and lightning be a place where ordinary cultivators could come? Even if he was a patrol envoy, he absolutely wouldn't stroll around here in his free time. Of course, not strolling wasn't unexpected or fearful. The Confucian cultivator's figure was like the wind, and he still chased after him without hesitation. Xiao Hua entered the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, and the wind and lightning blew all over his body, causing his skin to hurt. Obviously, the astral winds here were much stronger than the ones he encountered before. Xiao Hua's body flashed with a bronze brilliance. In the brilliance, the lightning on his body resisted the wind and lightning, and he rushed through a passage in the earth, fire, wind, and lightning, gradually going deeper and deeper. Looking at the Confucian cultivator behind Xiao Hua, at this moment, a treasured armor appeared around his body. The treasured armor was resplendent, and it easily blocked the astral winds outside the brilliance. There was simply no need to consume the Confucian cultivator's true qi. Damn it. Xiao Hua also paid attention to his back, and he was even more helpless. There were countless treasures in the immortal palace, and having a treasured armor to resist the earth, fire, wind, and lightning was really nothing. While Xiao Hua was secretly cursing, he opened his delirium eyes, and tried his best to find traces of space in the wind and lightning. However, after flying for half an hour, he saw bursts of thunder and lightning, and the astral winds became even more violent. Even with Xiao Hua's strong physical body, there were some signs that he couldn't bear it, and the promised space crack still didn't appear. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate to turn around and fly in another direction. The earth, fire, wind, and lightning were boundless, and there was no direction to speak of. This guy seems to have been looking for something for a long time. The Confucian cultivator, who was chasing after Xiao Hua, saw Xiao Hua turn around and secretly pondered, could it be that in this earth, fire, wind, and thunder, there is still an ambush for him? In view of Xiao Hua's previous cunning, the Confucian cultivator couldn't help but become cautious. He once again urged his righteous qi to protect himself before he dared to chase after Xiao Hua. At this time, the Confucian cultivator had already regarded Xiao Hua as an equal opponent. He did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of being careful. Catcher! In the distance, there were some strange movements in the wind and thunder, setting off a thunderstorm in the range of 100 miles. When the thunderstorm gradually calmed down, Xiao Hua's figure actually disappeared within the thunderstorm. Ah! How is that possible? The Confucian cultivator was shocked. He was very clear about the power of the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. He couldn't even use teleportation, so how could Xiao Hua disappear into thin air? Ambush. This was the Confucian cultivator's first thought. However, even after activating the eye-cleansing technique for a moment, he still couldn't find any clues. He had no choice but to charge into the thunderstorm. In the thunderstorm, the astral winds were even more devastating. Countless thunderbolts madly surged in one direction. When the Confucian cultivator's eye-cleansing technique fell into the astral winds, a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes. The Confucian cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead, and a strand of hair-like tricolored crystal flew out from between his eyebrows. It split into two parts in midair and fell towards the Confucian cultivator's nose. Shua! The crystal entered his body, and his eyes, which were originally overflowing with clear qi, suddenly shone brightly. In the center of his two pupils, light spots like water cherry blossoms appeared. These light spots turned into a net that quickly covered his entire eyes. Sigh, there's actually a spatial crack here. The Confucian cultivator, who had activated his secret technique, saw the spatial crack in the wind and thunder at a glance. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How did he know? Could it be that he has more divine abilities? No. Even if this old man has another helper, I'm afraid it won't be easy to deal with him. The Confucian cultivator clenched his teeth, and a ferocious expression appeared on his face. Even if this old man's reputation is ruined, this time I absolutely can't let him escape from this old man's hand. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator didn't rush into the spatial crack. Instead, he took out the triangular imperial equipment again. After activating it, the imperial equipment turned into the shape of an immortal bird and rushed into the earth, fire, wind, and thunder, disappearing in a moment. Watching the imperial equipment fly away, the Confucian cultivator narrowed his eyes. With a wave of his hand, an immortal palace imperial equipment similar to the imperial shield appeared in his hand. He coldly said, Xiao Hua, this old man wants to see how you're going to escape in the face of 3 great grandmasters who are about to step into the sage of literature. After saying that, the Confucian cultivator's entire body suddenly flattened, twisting in the wind and thunder for a moment before rushing into the spatial crack. Rumble. A violent explosion came from the spatial crack. Although it was 2 different spaces, the explosion was really powerful, causing the wind and thunder near the spatial crack to sway. Then, the Confucian cultivator, who had previously calmly escaped into the spatial crack, once again escaped from the spatial crack. The brilliance on the treasure armor had dimmed a lot, The Confucian robe on his body was also tattered, and traces of flames were still burning on the righteous qi around his body. Boom! The huge righteous qi around the Confucian cultivator extinguished the remaining flames. His previously calm face was now somewhat distorted. Xiao Hua, you really deserve to die. What kind of talisman is this, to have such great power in the void? Then, the Confucian cultivator flew into the spatial crack again. The void inside the spatial crack was not particularly spacious, and the fire wave produced by the explosion of the fire talisman had just been extinguished. The Confucian cultivator's eyes flashed with brilliance, and he unhesitatingly chased after the only passage in the void. Xiao Hua, who was fiercely flying in front of him, was also helpless at this time. He also did not expect that the passage in the spatial crack would be so narrow that it would not be effective in avoiding the Confucian cultivator. The only thing he could do was to arrange more hidden attacks in the spatial crack, hoping to injure the Confucian cultivator. Rumble. From time to time, the sound of explosions would come from behind him. Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. He naturally knew that the first fire talisman could injure the Confucian cultivator by surprise, but the later fire talismans could only play the role of blocking for a moment. Therefore, Xiao Hua urged his body to quickly shuttle through the passage. Seeing that he was getting farther and farther away from the Confucian cultivator, Xiao Hua was slightly proud in his heart. Once he left the spatial crack, Xiao Hua would either set up an ambush to kill the Confucian cultivator, or hide his body to hide. Xiao Hua was confident that his plan would succeed. But at this time, Xiao Hua's heart trembled for no reason. Not good. Xiao Hua was shocked. He finally understood what the palpitations he had encountered before were. The Confucian cultivator behind him might not be able to do anything to him, but this Confucian cultivator was not alone. The Confucian cultivator's help had already appeared. Moreover, from his trembling perception, the other Confucian cultivator should be coming from the other side of the spatial crack. Although Xiao Hua did not know how the Confucian cultivator had found his whereabouts, Xiao Hua knew that this should be the biggest crisis he had ever encountered. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his true essence to fly forward amidst the rumbling thunder. Xiao Hua still had not thought of any countermeasures. What he needed to do was to quickly fly out of the spatial crack and not be blocked by the Confucian cultivator. In the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up, and a rather large space appeared in front of him. Xiao Hua was overjoyed and immediately rushed into it. However, as soon as he entered the space, he saw a three-colored haze on the other side of the space in the distance, like the rising of dawn, rapidly spreading in his direction. Damn it! How could Xiao Hua still be able to calmly identify the direction? He slightly turned his head and rushed in another direction. At the same time that Xiao Hua discovered the Confucian cultivator, the other party also discovered him. The Confucian cultivator also urged his true essence to surround Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua had already seen clearly that the Confucian cultivator had a simple face, a tall crown on his head, a thin figure, and wore the same armor as the Confucian cultivator behind him. Woo-woo! The Confucian cultivator flew for a moment, then his body suddenly emitted a similar rumbling sound. A three-colored true essence gushed out from the surface of his body. First, his figure blurred, then turned into a stream of light, and his speed suddenly increased by several times. Then, the true essence of the Confucian cultivator attacked Xiao Hua like a tide. The true essence was like a flying sword, tearing Xiao Hua to pieces. Xiao Hua saw that he could not avoid it, and patted his own head. Boom! True essence gushed out, and the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua rushed out of the spatial crack with a sword in his hand. At the same time, the green-robed Xiao Hua controlled his nascent soul and landed on the other side of the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. As for Xiao Hua himself, he held the sword gourd in his hand and coldly looked at the Confucian cultivator. Humph! The thin Confucian cultivator coldly snorted, and the thousands of true essences suddenly condensed into real swords that rushed towards Xiao Hua. It was even more powerful than the 10,000 swords returned to origin that Xiao Hua used before. Unfortunately, the current Xiao Hua was no longer an ignorant person. The green-robed Xiao Hua rubbed his hands together, and the lightning was even more rampant than the sword light. It was born in the spatial crack, and not only did it counter the sword light, it also destroyed the thin Confucian cultivator's true essence. How can the spatial crack produce such a strong lightning? The thin Confucian cultivator was slightly startled, and the true essence in his body once again gushed out, and the flying sword became even brighter in the lightning. King! The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua raised his sword, and the sword light was even more dazzling than the lightning. The sword intent was even more soul-stealing than the thousands of sword intents, and it seemed as if half of the spatial crack was going to be pierced through by the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's sword. The entire sword light fell on the thin Confucian cultivator's head. How is this possible? The thin Confucian cultivator was greatly shocked. 3 colored true essences rushed out of his head and condensed into a silver pineapple flower. This silver pineapple flower was sparkling and translucent, and its entire body was silver white. Boom! The sword light fell, and the silver pineapple flower trembled slightly, and layers upon layers of strong fluctuations rippled in the spatial crack. Watch this old man! The thin Confucian cultivator was suppressed by Xiao Hua as soon as they met face to face, and he was somewhat angry from embarrassment. The silver pineapple flower suddenly bloomed in the air, and turned into a huge sword that was several zhong long, and chopped towards the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. At the same time, the thin Confucian cultivator slightly raised his hand, and the spatial crack began to boil, and strands of sword light sealed Xiao Hua's surroundings. -13. Chapter 4064. Whoosh! White light gushed out from the sword gourd, and the skinny Confucian cultivator's gaze suddenly became sluggish. Of course, in just a few breaths, an angry roar came from the Confucian cultivator's body. You dare! Just as the Confucian cultivator's gaze regained its clarity, and before he could do anything, 2 rays of soul execution yuan light pierced through the air and landed on his head. Damn it! Seeing the soul execution yuan light so powerful, the Confucian cultivator was somewhat frightened. He raised his fist and patted his chest. Swish! The Confucian cultivator opened his mouth, and a fist-sized sword splendor spurted out, meeting the soul execution yuan light head-on. Ka. The sound of metal clashing rang out, and Xiao Hua's soul execution yuan light was unexpectedly beaten back by this sword splendor. Not only that, the silver spinach that previously turned into a huge sword suddenly turned into an inch-long small sword and attacked Xiao Hua between his eyebrows. This small sword was different from the soul execution yuan light. It was formless and intangible, and space and distance did not seem to exist. In a split second, it had already pierced between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Boom! Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his soul strands, but just as they came out, they were completely shattered by this small sword. Like a huge hammer, Xiao Hua's mind buzzed, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. At this moment, misfortune never comes alone. The huge sword still fell, and the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's body was distorted. Waves of true qi burst out from Xiao Hua's body, and soon Xiao Hua was deflated. Damn it! Xiao Hua urged God's guidance to stabilize his dizzy head, and secretly cursed in his heart, I have many methods, but these methods can barely resist a Confucian cultivator at the 7th level of origin energy. And although these Confucian cultivators at the 7th level of origin energy don't have many methods, if one of these methods were to land on me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Previously, the Imperial Star Stab was like this, and now, this Soul Sword attack is also like this. Thinking of the Imperial Star Stab, Xiao Hua became vigilant again. His figure suddenly turned into wind, and his hands waved, and lightning-like swords slashed horizontally into the air. Boom! Another loud sound, and a thick chain was struck by lightning. On the chain, sword splendor like light. If it trapped Xiao Hua, it would be very troublesome. Daoist Master Xiao really has another method. No wonder Sun Cheng wanted this old man to come and help. When the Confucian cultivator saw that his secret move had been seen through by Xiao Hua again, he couldn't help chuckling. Originally, this old master thought it was unnecessary, but now it seems that this old master really has to take action. Xiao Hua looked into the void and saw that the spirit-slaying vital light had been defeated by the Confucian cultivator's sword light. The Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua had also been defeated by the Confucian cultivator's 5 Qis unifications. However, the green-robed Xiao Hua's thunderbolt technique was still effective, temporarily preventing the entire space from being sealed by the Confucian cultivator. Xiao Hua's divine sense condensed in midair. His delirium eyes were already closed, and his naked eyes were swiftly sweeping through the pitch-black void. Both of you are great grandmasters who are about to break through the spirit returning to emptiness realm. I'm afraid it won't be long before you advance to the void refinement realm. At that time, the sage of literature will be at your fingertips. Seniors, why do you have to make things difficult for me? Xiao Hua said faintly. If this matter spreads out, where will the immortal palace's face go? Hee hee. The Confucian cultivator glanced at the struggling Xiao Hua on top of his head, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. The sage of literature is within reach, but the star of literature is not. If not for a special opportunity, I'm afraid this old man can only stay in the sage of literature realm for a lifetime. But this old man heard that Daoist Xiao has the aura of 9 cauldrons. If an ordinary Confucian cultivator wants to enter the star of literature, 1 cauldron is enough. Why doesn't Daoist Xiao give 1 cauldron to this old man? People often say that a word is worth 9 cauldrons. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. When Confucian cultivators temper their incantations, 1 word is worth 9 cauldrons. 1 word is enough to become a star of literature. Senior neglects the essentials and focuses on the trifles. I'm afraid you've already lost your heart. How can you set foot on the star of literature? Ha ha ha, boy, I didn't expect you to have a thorough understanding of the Confucian scriptures. The Confucian cultivator laughed loudly. Unfortunately, since there's a shortcut in front of me, why should this old man take the difficult path? There's a path on the mountain of books, and there's a path on the mountain of books. There's no end to the sea of learning. Xiao Hua sighed. You're a great grandmaster of Confucian cultivation, but you don't even understand such a simple principle. The Confucian cultivator tilted his head and said with a smile, that's just a song to deceive children. You really believe it? This old man actually has something that I don't understand. Do you think you can persuade this old man with your glib tongue? Xiao Hua naturally didn't have such a childish plan. He was only taking advantage of his breath to find an escape route with his extraordinary spatial sense. Unfortunately, even this last hope of his was snuffed out by the Confucian cultivator. Just as the Confucian cultivator finished speaking, in the distant space, another 3-colored haze filled the air and rushed over. A small voice faintly came from the void. Sun Hao, this guy is too cunning. Don't talk to him. Did you bring your burning heaven furnace? Of course. Hearing this, the great grandmaster of Confucian cultivation, Sun Hao, raised his hand and clapped. A lid-like imperial equipment flew out. This imperial equipment was very simple and unadorned. There were only 3 fist-sized inscriptions, and Xiao Hua actually couldn't recognize these 3 inscriptions. Sun Cheng, this old man knew what you meant when I saw your message. Sun Hao said with a smile. Can't you see that this old man is trying to persuade Daoist Xiao to stay and wait for your earth-casting furnace? Good. Seeing the burning heaven furnace fly out, a smile appeared on Sun Cheng's face. This guy's body is comparable to a great demon. Without the burning heaven-casting earth-casting technique, it's hard to completely kill him. In this void. Sun Hao looked around with a somewhat awkward expression. Without waiting for Sun Cheng to speak, how could Xiao Hua, who saw that things weren't going well, dare to stay any longer? Although he had just seen a glimmer of life with his naked eyes, he still couldn't be sure. His body flashed with lightning again. The soul-punishing vital light and the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua all entered his body and fled towards the distant pitch-black darkness. Haha, at this time, where do you think you're going? Sun Cheng laughed loudly. He raised his hand and clapped. Strands of cold air flew out from the earth-casting furnace, instantly enveloping the entire void. Xiao Hua's lightning-like figure suddenly slowed down in this cold air. Sun Hao also clapped his hand. The burning heaven furnace above his head also flashed with silver light, intertwining with the cold air and enveloping the void. As soon as this gold qi and water qi intertwined, The entire void shook, as if it was about to collapse. Xiao Hua's originally slow figure was now crawling like a tortoise. Damn it! Xiao Hua cursed. Even his voice had been imprisoned, dragged out to an extreme length. Xiao Hua originally wanted to ambush and kill Sun Cheng in the void, but he didn't expect Sun Hao to arrive. Now that the two of them had joined forces, he was afraid that the one to be killed would be him. The void was filled with a silver brilliance and a light blue cold light. The two brilliances intertwined, not only creating a strong fluctuation that shook the void, but silver blue flames that looked like withered flowers were born one after another. These flames that filled the void didn't have any heat. Instead, they made people feel cold. However, these bone-chilling flames also had an inconceivable might. Xiao Hua's body, which had been tempered by the blood of the demon god, felt his muscles go numb the moment he touched these icy flames. Even the bronze color on the surface of his body began to melt, like a candle under the flames. Burning heaven casting earth technique. Xiao Hua chanted silently. He raised his head and looked up. At this moment, the burning heaven furnace had already become several hundred zhong in size and descended with a rumbling sound. Looking at the bottom of his feet, the earth-casting furnace had also become several hundred zhong in size and rushed up with a loud rumble. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao saw that Xiao Hua had already fallen into their trap. With a smile on their faces, they activated their subsidiary bodies. The two subsidiary bodies each spouted 3 colored true qi onto the 2 imperial treasures. The 2 imperial treasures were already so powerful when they weren't combined. If they were truly combined, how could Xiao Hua survive? Moreover, now that the 2 great experts had joined forces to seal the void, it would be difficult for Xiao Hua to escape. In fact, there was no need to seal the imperial treasures. Xiao Hua already had no chance of survival. Now that things have come to this, don't even think about killing the enemy. Xiao Hua sighed. Let's escape from this void first. Xiao Hua had been holding back because he didn't want to expose his killing move. At this moment, he actually had no other choice. Ayo! Xiao Hua patted his head. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua let out a roar and rushed into the void. 5-clawed true dragon? Sun Hao was shocked. He looked at Sun Cheng with some disbelief. Sun Cheng's face also showed surprise. Sun Hao shouted, Sun Cheng, how could he have the true dragon vein? Moreover, it's so pure. Sun Cheng's eyes showed a trace of gloominess. He said indifferently, at this moment, regardless of whether he has the true dragon vein or not, even if he is the descendant of a true dragon, can you still stop? Sun Hao, we will kill Xiao Hua. This true dragon vein, you and I will split it equally. Sun Hao slightly hesitated, then firmly nodded and said, okay. Sun Cheng naturally saw Xiao Hua's 5-clawed true dragon vein long ago. However, he had selfish motives and didn't explain it to Sun Hao. The two masters both understood what the true dragon vein meant to Confucian masters. This true dragon vein's function was even more important than the 9 cauldrons in a certain aspect. However, there were always times when things went beyond one's expectations. Sun Hao had just nodded his head when a burst of inexplicable and obscure draconic language came out from Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's mouth. Then, along with the draconic heavenly technique, draconic patterns appeared in the entire void. The draconic patterns rushed into the tens of millions of ice flames. Although they couldn't completely obliterate the ice flames, the powerful confinement force had already been reduced by 70%. Heavenly dragon language technique? Impossible. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao both turned pale with fright. Their mouths were opened so wide that walnuts could be stuffed in. They were Immortal Palace's patrolling envoys. How could they not know what heavenly dragon language technique meant? This is not a bloodline true dragon vein technique. Sun Cheng saw the opportunity quickly. His face showed incomparable ecstasy again. He shouted madly, this is a real 5-clawed true dragon. A real 5-clawed true dragon. That was something from legends. Even on Dragon Island, it hadn't been seen for a long time. Greed appeared in Sun Cheng and Sun Hao's eyes again. Woo! It was also at this moment, when the two masters were preparing to use all of their abilities to capture the 5-clawed true dragon, Xiao Hua spat out a wisp of jewel-colored spirit fire from his mouth. Moreover, the dragon vein technique Xiao Hua waved its body and rushed out of the void while carrying Xiao Hua. -13. Chapter 4065. Under the gazes of the two great grandmasters, wherever the spiritual fire went, it just happened to sweep away the remaining ice flames. Following the flight of dragon vein Xiao Hua, it instantly rushed out a winding passage. This Xiao Hua is really an unkillable cockroach. The two grandmasters looked at each other helplessly. Their hearts were filled with the same bitterness. Even the burning heaven casting earth technique was unable to trap Xiao Hua. The two of them really didn't know what method to use to kill Xiao Hua. However, the two of them also knew that Xiao Hua only had the ability to escape when facing the two of them. He absolutely did not have the power to counterattack. As long as the two of them continued to chase, there would be a day when they would kill Xiao Hua. Thus, the two of them did not hesitate to put away their imperial equipment. They urged their figures to teleport to the place where Xiao Hua disappeared. The two of them were right, but they never thought that as early as hundreds of years ago, Daoist Jingyu of the Morning Rain continent had the same idea. Shan Shengzi and Daoist Du Yi also had the same idea. Of course, this was the outcome of the three of them. It was also not what the two of them expected. Xiao Hua originally did not find a suitable escape route. Now that he was being forced by the two grandmasters, he was already panicking and hungry. He could only fly in the direction he saw before. When he reached the edge of the space, Xiao Hua hurriedly withdrew his dragon vein Dharma body and plunged into a small space passageway. "Brother Ordinary, please wait a moment. This Xiao Hua is too cunning. This old man will go first." Sun Cheng hurriedly transmitted his voice from the space passageway. Unexpectedly, Sun Hao did not give way and replied, "Brother Jian Zheng, don't be anxious. This old man has already arrived." While speaking, Sun Hao's figure distorted and fell into the space passageway. "Brother Ordinary." Sun Cheng hurriedly shouted, "Be careful of Xiao Hua's ambush." Following Sun Cheng's voice, rumble. There was a loud sound. The space passageway was shaking. In the midst of the explosion, Sun Hao dodged out of the space passageway with a dusty face. His face was green and red. Although he did not suffer any special injuries, his face had been torn off by Xiao Hua and ruthlessly stepped on. "Ari, Brother Ordinary is too impatient." Sun Cheng said very sincerely, "This Xiao Hua is like a slippery loach. His strength can't be considered outstanding, but he has a lot of tricks up his sleeves and is full of schemes. This old man chased all the way and didn't gain any advantage either. All Daoist cultivators are like that." Sun Hao couldn't blame Sun Cheng. After all, Sun Cheng had already warned them and rushed to enter. He could only snort coldly and say, "They're used to being killed by us Confucian cultivators. They're like rats in the field, with countless holes to hide in. Hurry up and chase after him." After 2 or 3 sentences, the space channel had already calmed down. Sun Cheng urged, "Brother Ordinary, you should still stay in front. However, you must be careful of that guy's traps whenever you take a turn." "All right, I understand." Sun Hao nodded. "Since I already know, how can I still be afraid of him?" Then, the two grandmasters cautiously flew closer to the spatial tunnel. Xiao Hua did not have the time to tidy up his emotions, nor did he have the time to repair his body. The imperial equipment of the Immortal Palace was very strange, and the demonic technique of the blood-dripping paradise was very difficult to repair. In particular, the burning heaven-casting earth technique had destroyed some of the surface of his body. Now, it was also very troublesome. Now, Xiao Hua was only focused on one thing, and that was to methodically lay down fire talismans along the way. Even when he had just entered the tunnel, he had specially used the capital star formation technique to lay down hundreds of fire talismans. Within the space, the green-robed Xiao Hua was using all his strength. One after another, extremely powerful fire talismans were mixed with the newly comprehended lightning technique of Xiao Hua. This spatial passage was rather strange. It was like an ordinary winding path in the mountains, twisting and turning. It was also thanks to Xiao Hua's innate spatial sense that every time he was about to crash into an inexplicable barrier, he would stop. And every time such a situation occurred, Xiao Hua would unhesitatingly place down a fire talisman. Thus, Xiao Hua flew in front of his head. Behind him, firecracker-like explosions could be heard. However, after 4 hours, Xiao Hua's good luck was completely exhausted. He had reached the end of the spatial tunnel, and this end was like a dead end with no exit. Xiao Hua hurriedly turned around, trying to find another way out based on his memory. However, he had only returned a few hundred feet when his figure froze. This was because after entering the tunnel, Xiao Hua had not encountered any other forks. In other words, there was only one way out of this spatial tunnel. With a quick thought, Xiao Hua immediately flew to the end of the spatial tunnel. He slapped his forehead with the back of his hand and opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye. A fist-sized silver beam of light shot out from the Dharma eye and landed directly on the spatial barrier. Woo-woo. In the silver light, thumb-sized vortexes appeared. When the vortexes deepened, they all gathered together. Xiao Hua waved his hand and a bronze light flashed on his arm. A several feet-long spatial crack was torn open by Xiao Hua. Hua hua. Just as the spatial crack opened, a gust of wind and rain poured in. The sparkling raindrops revealed a salty and moist aura. Xiao Hua glanced at it and did not hurry to fly out. Instead, he retreated 100 feet. Seeing that there were still some explosions in the distance, the delirium breaker Law Eye once again produced a silver beam of light that landed on the spatial barrier. Unfortunately, this time, the silver beam of light had already penetrated a few feet deep. Xiao Hua's hands tore the spatial barrier apart, but he did not see any aura from outside the spatial barrier. Damn it! Xiao Hua's plan to set up a trap fell through. He was just about to fly to the side to try again, but unfortunately, a somewhat weak clear light swept over. Xiao Hua's figure flashed in fright and he tore open the spatial crack that had already mostly closed and flew out. Where is this? Xiao Hua flew out of the void and released his divine sense. He saw that the sky was filled with red clouds. Bursts of lightning flashed in the red clouds, and the pouring rain flashed a strange light in the night sky. Xiao Hua looked around and did not know where to go. He rushed towards a certain place. Wang Wang. Xiao Hua had only just rushed out 100 zhong when his divine sense was suddenly blocked by a solid barrier. That barrier was like a heavy hammer that struck his divine sense out of nowhere. Although Xiao Hua had already tempered his divine sense to the point that it was like an iron hammer, this tremendous force of impact shook Xiao Hua's divine sense and caused it to roll back. Waves of indescribable force crashed into his Niwen palace. Not good. Xiao Hua was like a bird startled by the twang of a bow. Although he could not see clearly whether the person in the distance was friend or foe, he did not investigate further. His figure suddenly rushed upwards, wanting to escape from this dangerous place. You are Xiao Hua? A slightly surprised voice came from all directions. This voice was very deep. No, how did you come out from here? Could it be that Sun Jianzheng's message was wrong? Damn it, is there a mistake? Xiao Hua's heart was completely flustered. 2 Confucian martial grandmasters were not enough, and a third actually came? Could it be that this Xiao is going to lose his life here? Xiao Hua did not answer, but that did not mean that the Confucian martial grandmaster who came to capture Xiao Hua would not make a move. Following that voice, pillars of vast qi rose up within 1,000 li. These pillars of qi condensed into small yellow dots the size of mung beans in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. These small dots emitted vigorous and solid fluctuations, completely enveloping the area within 1,000 li. Although Xiao Hua did his best to urge the lightning, his figure still slowed down. Xiao Hua's heart turned cold. He coldly turned his head and looked at the space enveloped by the qi of earth. There was not a single drop of water in this space. Then, his gaze crossed the space and landed on a short and fat Confucian martial grandmaster in the distance. This Confucian martial grandmaster was not only fat, but his nose and eyes were also small. There were even 2 mustaches at the corners of his mouth that resembled a rat's tail. In that case, I'll kill you first. Xiao Hua made up his mind. He suddenly turned around and flew at an angle to another place. Oh! Why is this guy flying over there? Seeing Xiao Hua turn around and fly to another place, the Confucian martial grandmaster was slightly taken aback. He looked in that direction with some astonishment. However, a moment later, the Confucian martial grandmaster's doubts disappeared. After all, within his domain, no matter which direction Xiao Hua went, it was impossible to escape from his grasp. Moreover, there was nothing special about the place Xiao Hua fled to. However, for safety's sake, the Confucian martial grandmaster still urged his figure. His figure flashed and appeared not far from Xiao Hua. The Confucian martial grandmaster revealed his figure. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head. A majestic subsidiary body appeared. Moreover, the subsidiary body grabbed Xiao Hua with its big hand, just like the hand of a Daoist martial grandmaster's nascent soul. The qi of earth on the big hand surrounded Xiao Hua's body. The true qi produced a tyrannical imprisoning force, wanting to seal Xiao Hua's meridians. Roar! Xiao Hua roared. A bronze brilliance flashed around his body. He did his best to resist the Confucian martial grandmaster's imprisonment. However, because the bronze brilliance was already injured, its brilliance dimmed. Many places on the surface of his body actually began to collapse. Hehe, it's only SOSO. Seeing Xiao Hua's body being easily defeated, the Confucian martial grandmaster laughed loudly and slowly withdrew his arm. Xiao Hua was secretly delighted. He quietly waited for the Confucian martial grandmaster to approach. However, after a few moments, the Confucian martial grandmaster's arm stopped. The other hand was also raised. It looked like it wanted to grab the other side of Xiao Hua's body, wanting to tear Xiao Hua apart. Roar! Xiao Hua roared again. As he roared, he patted the top of his head. The dragon bloodline Xiao Hua once again rushed out of his body. The true dragon might frightened the Confucian martial grandmaster so much that his face changed wildly. Immediately after, the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua used the heavenly dragon technique to destroy the nearby space seal. When the space collapsed, the Confucian martial grandmaster's subsidiary body also trembled violently. Xiao Hua took the opportunity to escape from the subsidiary body's big hand. A five-clawed true dragon? This Confucian cultivator was just as shocked as Sun Hao and Sun Cheng. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. While his eyes revealed extreme greed, his figure suddenly closed in. His sun body also reached out with his big hand, wanting to capture dragon vein Xiao Hua. Woo-woo. Just as the Confucian martial grandmaster was about to grab the dragon bloodline Xiao Hua, an inexplicable beam of light suddenly blasted towards the Confucian martial grandmaster. The Confucian martial grandmaster was frightened and hastily dodged. Although the Confucian martial grandmaster's robe was only damaged by the beam of light, the Confucian martial grandmaster was still abnormally ashamed and angry. However, what made the Confucian martial grandmaster even more puzzled was that after the beam of light, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly closed in and quickly rushed over. -13. Chapter 4066. Although the Confucian cultivator was puzzled, how could he dare to let Xiao Hua approach him? He looked at dragon vein Xiao Hua with some reluctance, and his figure suddenly faded. The Confucian cultivator was about to teleport in his own domain. At this moment, the Confucian cultivator was stunned because Xiao Hua suddenly stopped. After dragon vein Xiao Hua returned to his body, he waved his hand and took out a jade bottle. He poured the medicinal pills in the jade bottle into his mouth. What is he doing? Although the Confucian cultivator's figure was distorted, he didn't completely disappear. He looked at Xiao Hua's strange behavior and muttered to himself. What made the Confucian cultivator feel strange was that when Xiao Hua took the medicinal pills, the previous pillar of light soared into the sky again. However, this time, 100 nascent souls of different colors rushed out like fireworks, breaking through the already thin domain and surrounding the short and fat Confucian cultivator. These 100 nascent souls fell in the air and immediately arranged the Du Tianxing formation according to Xiao Hua's thoughts. They sat cross-legged in the air and closed their eyes, facing the Confucian cultivator. Rumble. Hundreds of heavenly lightning bolts carrying the might of heaven and earth fell from the sky at the same time as the nascent souls appeared. Not only did they imprison the nascent souls, but they also imprisoned Xiao Hua and the Confucian martial grandmaster. The power of the first tribulation of the 100 scattered nascent souls was really great. The Confucian cultivator looked up and saw that the immature heaven and earth imprisonment had completely scattered his domain. There was also the lightning in the sky that was originally raging with thunder. How could he not know what Xiao Hua was thinking? He made a prompt decision, and a dark red color appeared on his face. Then, blood-yellow true qi gushed out from the surface of his body. The sub-body that couldn't move because of the confinement force suddenly stretched out a blood-colored arm. Bang, bang, bang. It successively crushed a dozen nascent souls that were facing the initial tribulation. These dozen nascent souls exploded, and the power overflowed. Not only was the power of the Du Tianxing formation greatly reduced, but the imprisonment of the heavenly tribulation also weakened a lot. The Confucian cultivator felt his sub-body loosen, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. He said, "To catch bandits, first catch the king. Xiao Hua, this old man will catch you first." As it speaks, that huge sub-body stretches out its arm and pinches towards Xiao Hua's main body. Woo woo. Before the scholarly cultivator's arm could fall, Xiao Hua's body suddenly emitted an extremely strange fluctuation. As soon as this fluctuation fell into the air, it immediately shattered the scholarly cultivator's domain and even spread out rapidly into the distance. Moreover, from Xiao Hua's body, a powerful aura spread out, and his divine sense broke free from the shackles and spread out in all directions. This. A sense of foreboding welled up in the scholar's heart. He. Xiao Hua laughed coldly and took out another jade bottle. He tilted his head back and poured the medicinal pills inside into his mouth. Wu Han, quickly run. Right at this moment, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao appeared at the place where Xiao Hua had fled from earlier. When the two of them saw the situation before them, they were scared out of their wits. Sun Cheng even warned, "This is the initial tribulation of dispersing nascent soul, not good. Brother Chungbua, dodge quickly. This is the heavenly tribulation of a Daoist cultivator's advancement. Xiao Hua seems to be advancing." Sun Hao shouted. "Damn it, what kind of freak did I encounter?" When the short and fat cultivator named Wu Han heard this, he trembled with fear. How could he still care about bullying Xiao Hua? His figure swayed and he was about to teleport away. Unfortunately, his figure only dimmed for a moment before reappearing in the same place. The initial tribulation of 100 dispersing nascent souls had already descended and the entire space was sealed. How could a scholarly cultivator great-grandmaster escape from here? Others may not know what dispersing nascent soul is and what the initial tribulation of dispersing nascent soul means, but these three people are the inspectors of the immortal palace. They are most exposed to the strange things of the hidden immortal continent, especially regarding the cultivation methods of the Daoist sects. They know a lot. Seeing that they actually encountered the legendary dispersing nascent soul initial tribulation, how could the three of them not tremble with fear? Wu Han, who was among them, complained incessantly. He raised his hand and patted. 3 defensive imperial equipment flew out from his Chenkuan pouch. One was a palm-sized shield, one was a golden armor, and the last one was a large dragon scale. Wu Han spat out 3 breaths of qi in succession. The palm-sized shield emitted a wong-wong sound and suddenly expanded. The inscription on the armor, which should have triggered the vast void qi pillar, was now only the size of a thumb. It was barely able to trigger the wisps of vast void qi from the cracks in the void. However, the inscription on the armor still emitted the light of law, fighting against the heaven and earth imprisonment to protect one side of Wu Han. Wu Han's armor was triggered by true qi. It was completely golden, as if it was made of gold. Dragon and phoenix inscriptions faintly appeared on the armor and slowly flowed in the golden light. Wu Han didn't dare to be negligent. He put on the armor, then raised his hand and patted. 3-colored true qi gushed out. An earthy yellow secondary body of several dozen feet in size condensed on top of his head. The dragon scale, which was triggered by true qi, emitted a faint dragon qi and fell into the secondary body's hand. The secondary body supported the secondary body with both hands. The secondary body actually turned into a thick, characteristic dam of several dozen feet in size and laid horizontally on top of the secondary body's head. After doing all this, Wu Han's face turned pale. That short and fat body seemed to have thinned out of thin air. The area within 1,000 miles was shrouded by hundreds of initial tribulations of scattered nascent souls. The area within 100 miles where Wu Han and Xiao Hua were sitting was the focus. The noble qi in the void had already been imprisoned. If Wu Han wanted to mobilize true qi, he could only rely on his middle dantian. The 3 imperial equipment and the secondary body that appeared were all the results of Wu Han's struggle with the heaven and earth prison. Wu Han fiercely glanced at Xiao Hua, whose body's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. His divine sense was also getting more and more majestic. He gritted his teeth, his gaze swept across the sky and landed on Sun Hao and Sun Cheng in the distance, who were somewhat at a loss. At this time, the entire space was shrouded by the thunder tribulation. All the images appeared distorted. Sun Hao and Sun Cheng saw the imperial equipment that Wu Han took out. There was a trace of comfort in their panic. Sun Cheng whispered, "Brother Ordinary, did you see the 2 imperial equipment that Wu Han just took out?" "Ien, of course I saw it." Sun Hao's expression didn't break away from the shock, but his tone was filled with jealousy. "Isn't that armor the battle immortal armor in the Immortal Palace's treasury? Isn't that dragon scale the ancient Daoist magic treasure Black Nightshade?" "That's right, I really don't know how Wu Han got these 2 treasures." Sun Cheng echoed, facing the initial tribulation of these 100 scattered soul cultivators. This old man has no confidence in escaping. But if Wu Han has these 2 treasures, I'm afraid he has a 40% chance. Ien, the battle immortal armor was used by the previous battle immortal general. Its defensive ability has been tested in a great battle. It should be able to protect Wu Han's body. Sun Hao frowned and replied, "And the Black Nightshade is the scale armor left behind by the ancient Earth Holy Dragon on the Dragon Island. It was forcibly taken away from the Dragon Island by the ancient Daoist magic sect and refined into a defensive magic treasure. When the Daoist magic sect was destroyed, it was tempered into an imperial equipment by the Immortal Palace. Its defensive ability is even stronger than the battle immortal armor." However, Sun Cheng was still a little worried. However, although these 2 imperial equipment are powerful, they are also seriously damaged. They are not as good as the previous one. It doesn't seem to be in good condition. He. Sun Hao sneered. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was continuously putting medicinal pills into his mouth, and said, "The initial tribulation of a scattered soul cultivator is nothing to us, who is about to step into the sage of literature. Brother Cheng Bo's danger is that the initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators will come at the same time. However, there is only one wave of initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators. Moreover, the center of this 100 initial tribulation is not Brother Cheng Bo. He is only affected by it. Although these 2 imperial equipment are not in good condition, they are enough to withstand it. Cheng Bo only needs to protect his true spirit from being destroyed and withstand the effects of these 100 scattered soul cultivators' lightning tribulation. After that, wouldn't everything be completely under our control? What I am worried about now is this Xiao Hua. Looking at his pressure, he is only at the 5th grade of essence energy. This level of heavenly tribulation can only restrict our movements. It cannot cause any harm to us. Even if he advanced to the 6th grade of essence energy, what can he do? Him choosing to advance at this time is really puzzling to me. How can Xiao Hua's strength be at the 5th grade of essence energy? Sun Cheng was also puzzled. If he was at the spirit severing stage, why would I need to call the 2 of you over? However, what Brother Ordinary said is right. I also feel that something is wrong. I don't know what medicine Xiao Hua is selling in his gourd. The corner of Sun Hao's mouth twitched slightly and said, "Who cares what medicine it is? Even if he has some method to kill Wu Han, even if he advanced to the 6th grade of essence energy, how can the current him be a match for you and me? Even if we have to chase him to the ends of the earth, we can still kill him. It's moving. The lightning tribulation is coming." Right at this moment, the sound of thunder boomed in the sky within 1,000 li. Hundreds of lightning tribulations fell from the sky as if they were rushing to the market, cheerfully landing on the bodies of the 100 scattered soul cultivator. Naturally, Xiao Hua and Wu Han, who were in the center of the lightning, were also struck by the lightning tribulation. This was the initial tribulation of 100 scattered soul cultivators. The might of this lightning tribulation was more than twice the lightning tribulation that Xiao Hua encountered previously. However, compared to the previous lightning tribulation, there were some advantages this time. That was that Xiao Hua was also advancing. His body was also shackled by heaven and earth. When the lightning tribulation fell, it first passed through different heaven and earth shackles before hitting Xiao Hua's body. The might was reduced by a lot. However, even so, Xiao Hua's body that had just been injured by the 2 Confucian cultivators collapsed under this lightning tribulation. Looking at Wu Han, he was inferior to Xiao Hua. Boom! Amidst the sound of thunder, the Imperial equipment shield that was first summoned first appeared with many armor inscriptions, revealing immortal palace inscriptions. However, these immortal palace inscriptions were quickly destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth. Moreover, the armor inscriptions were shattered by the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation's might didn't stop. It roared and pounced towards the child body and the long kuei on the child body's head. Dragon patterns rushed out from the long kuei and a coiled dragon image suddenly rose up when the lightning tribulation hit the long kuei. Roar! This dragon image was not complete. The long kuei that had just pounced out was immediately blocked by countless lightning tribulations. These lightning tribulations were not Xiao Hua's lightning tribulations. They were filled with the power of heaven and earth. The dragon image was only able to struggle a few times before it was annihilated by the lightning tribulation. The dragon scales of the main body turned into powder under the lightning tribulation. -13. Chapter 4067. Fortunately, seeing this, Sun Cheng in the distance breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. After all, Long Kuei blocked most of the lightning tribulation. Brother Chungbua should be fine. The rest of the lightning tribulation naturally fell on Wu Han's secondary body. That secondary body was condensed from earth energy, and in the end of the lightning tribulation, its arms were destroyed, but other parts of its body were not injured. Phew! The 3 Confucian cultivators, including Wu Han, breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, before they could exhale, they saw the 100 or so scattered nascent souls sitting cross-legged around Wu Han open their eyes at the same time. Every pair of eyes contained the mockery in Xiao Hua's eyes. As the 100 or so scattered nascent souls formed lightning hand seals, the 100 or so lightning bolts once again fell on Wu Han. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were far away, but Wu Han was in the middle of the crowd of scattered nascent souls. He could clearly see the mockery in the eyes of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hua beside him in disbelief. An inconceivable thought was still growing wildly in his mind. These hundreds of scattered nascent souls, are all Xiao Hua's doppelgangers? It was a pity that he didn't have the time to think too much. These 100 bolts of lightning were even more powerful than the lightning tribulation earlier. Furthermore, the angle of these 100 bolts of lightning completely enveloped his subbody and corporeal body. There wasn't any blind spot. His huge subbody already had a pair of arms severed, and at this moment, it collapsed from the lightning tribulation. The battle immortal armor protecting Wu Han's physical body suddenly emitted a brilliant brilliance. An immortal general riding a heavenly horse waved his immortal weapon, and an almost unparalleled force met the lightning tribulation along with the golden light. Rumble! An extremely loud sound exploded in the sky. The space within hundreds of miles was continuous, and the restrictions of heaven and earth were also loosened in the waves. Catcher! In the roar, the golden brilliance that illuminated the sky was suddenly annihilated. A crisp sound fell into Wu Han's ears, and then, hundreds of sharp forces poured into his physical body. Wu Han looked at the fragments of the battle immortal armor that had been cut off from his body. He gritted his teeth, and a bloody light surged around his body. A large blood-red cloud spurted out from his physical body. Catcher! Like silkworms eating mulberry leaves, when the cloud was destroyed by the lightning tribulation that was nearing its end also disappeared. Wu Han's face was deathly pale. Sensing that the restrictions around him had loosened, His eyes spitting fire, he looked at Xiao Hua, who was not far from him. At this time, Xiao Hua's body was covered in molten bronze, and he was not much better than Wu Han. Good. Sun Cheng said, Brother Chenghua's strength has greatly increased, it's really beyond our expectations. Today, Brother Chenghua's credit. Sons of course, of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls who had passed the initial tribulation, the strength of scattered nascent souls' strength of scattered heavens. As for Wu Han, countless tiny whirlpools appeared around his body, and strands of true energy were produced from the whirlpools. After the heaven and earth were imprisoned, he would madly absorb the noble qi. Although the heavenly tribulation of Xiao Hua's avatar was powerful, in the eyes of Wu Han, Sun Hao, and Sun Cheng, it was not comparable to the initial tribulation of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls. Even Wu Han was eager to fight, waiting for Xiao Hua's nascent soul to appear so that he could give Xiao Hua a show of strength. However, the situation was still beyond the expectations of the three Confucian cultivators. Just as the three of them were about to move, Xiao Hua's divine sense, which was suppressed by the initial tribulation of the hundreds of scattered nascent souls, crazily expanded, and the hundreds of scattered nascent souls suddenly and strangely disappeared along with his divine sen. Ah! What is Xiao Hua doing? Seeing that the scattered nascent souls disappeared and Xiao Hua's pressure increased greatly, Sun Cheng was very puzzled. Could it be that he thinks he is undergoing a lightning tribulation? How ridiculous! Sun Hao felt Xiao Hua's crazy pressure and his divine sense, which was several times stronger than that of ordinary Daoist divinity severing stage cultivators, and his face became somewhat unfriendly. He said in a low voice, the heavenly tribulation of the fifth stage of Daoist divinity stage should be an out-of-body tribulation, so naturally there will be no lightning tribulation. However, until now, we have not seen Xiao Hua's nascent soul. Don't forget, Xiao Hua has many tricks up his sleeve. Now that Wu Han's true energy is exhausted, he is trapped in Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation. If Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation is big enough, it may affect his absorption of the noble qi. Without the noble qi, Wu Han will be seriously injured. How can he be Xiao Hua's opponent? But Sun Cheng was bewildered again. Xiao Hua can't move during the tribulation, and after he passes the tribulation, you and I are still at his side. How can we just watch him kill Wu Han? I don't know. Sun Hao shook his head slightly. However, I feel that this time, Wu Han is most likely going to die. Just as Sun Hao finished speaking, a huge gust of wind whistled above Xiao Hua's head. Within several thousand li, a 5-colored spirit tide suddenly appeared. This spirit tide was extremely dense, and it was as if patches of multicolored clouds had enveloped the sky. When this multicolored cloud appeared, Wu Han almost vomited blood. Such a dense spirit tide filled several thousand li, and it had already pushed the noble qi several thousand li away. At this moment, the void was also filled with all kinds of strange fluctuations. Even if Wu Han had stepped into the realm of literature saint, he probably wouldn't be able to absorb even a trace of noble qi from nearby, right? Wu Han's thoughts were naturally similar to Sun Cheng's. He hurriedly withdrew his cultivation technique, and activated the little remaining true energy in his body. Like a poisonous snake, he quietly waited there, waiting for Xiao Hua to pass the tribulation, and immediately reveal his poisonous fang. Wu Han was trapped by the restriction of Xiao Hua's tribulation, so he couldn't see the range and power of the spirit tide. However, Sun Hao and Sun Cheng could see it clearly. Moreover, under Xiao Hua's oppressive pressure, they continuously retreated, and the expression in their eyes gradually turned into fear. This seems to be the spirit tide of a Dao sex cultivator during the spirit severing stage, right? Sun Hao whispered in shock, as if he was asking himself, but also as if he was asking Sun Cheng. Sun Cheng also murmured, this divine sense isn't just at the out-of-body stage, right? Moreover, the spirit tide is so dense, it's simply like a spirit cloud. Even during the ancient Dao sex prosperity, there weren't many cultivators who could reach such a terrifying realm, right? But Xiao Hua's pressure is clearly at the out-of-body stage. Sun Hao seemed to understand something, and said with narrowed eyes, this bastard must have some secret technique. He suppressed the growth of his realm, otherwise, he would have been discovered by my immortal palace's inspector. Xiao Hua has such strength. Sun Cheng nodded slightly. I'm afraid he's even more powerful than the Grand Mist ancestor, right? Sun Hao's figure was forced to retreat again by the spirit cloud and divine sense. He replied thoughtfully, of course. Therefore, this is our only chance to kill Xiao Hua. If the immortal emperor finds out, we won't have the chance to find the 9 cauldrons and obtain the 5-clawed true dragon. Not just the immortal emperor, Sun Cheng reminded, even the Dragon Island isn't something we can provoke. This Xiao Hua is really a big fish. Sun Hao sighed with emotion, he's even bigger than the Grand Mist ancestor by 3 times. Woo! Sun Cheng and Sun Hao retreated 3 steps under Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation. Wu Han was also waiting for an opportunity. In the end, a hurricane formed several thousand feet above Xiao Hua's head, and the 5-colored spirit cloud within several thousand miles rushed towards this hurricane, forming a huge funnel in the sky. This several thousand feet in size was naturally the location of Xiao Hua's formless nascent soul, so the 3 Confucian cultivators naturally couldn't see it. Seeing the world's origin energy within several thousand miles being swept away, a fierce wind blew from the surroundings, and the same grand aura surged in the fierce wind. Wu Han narrowed his eyes, and the cultivation method in his body surged, preparing to wait until the restriction disappeared to launch a thunderous attack on Xiao Hua. Rumble. Unfortunately, before Wu Han's thunderous attack was ready, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed reappeared in the sky, and this time the tribulation clouds were extremely similar to the tribulation clouds of the 100 scattered nascent souls before. Ah! Wu Han was really once bitten by a snake, twice shy. While trembling with fear, he hurriedly looked around, wanting to see where the scattered nascent souls appeared again. However, other than the familiar restriction of heaven and earth that was becoming increasingly firm and binding him to the point that he couldn't even move, he didn't see a single strand of nascent soul hair. Not to mention Sun Hao and Sun Cheng in the distance, even Xiao Hua himself was at a loss. This is the first tribulation of a scattered nascent soul. What does it have to do with me? My body is perfectly fine here, so how did the invisible nascent soul above my head attract the lightning tribulation? However, at this time, Xiao Hua didn't have anything to think about. His nascent soul had been through the lightning tribulation for a longer time than the 100 scattered nascent souls. The red lightning fell, and above Xiao Hua's head, several 100 feet in size collapsed with a loud bang. Then, within the lightning, it gradually expanded from the size of a fist to 1,000 feet, and the lightning tribulation came to an end. Wu Han suddenly had a hair-raising feeling, as if the 100 scattered nascent souls were looking at him with mocking gazes. Wu Han wailed and hurriedly urged the little true qi in his body. Sure enough, the lightning strangely flew out from the top of Xiao Hua's head and landed on Wu Han's naked body like a horned dragon, instantly destroying half of Wu Han's physical body. Damn it, this is somewhat inexplicable. Sun Hao's eyes flashed with a pale golden light, and he frowned. Where did Xiao Hua's nascent soul go? Why can't I see it? Could it be the invisible nascent soul? Sun Cheng very naturally thought of the most likely result. Of course this old man has heard of the invisible nascent soul. Sun Hao was puzzled. But no matter what kind of invisible nascent soul it is, it still has to appear under the lightning tribulation. Moreover, how did Xiao Hua attract the first tribulation of a scattered nascent soul? Or, Sun Cheng held his chin and said thoughtfully, this nascent soul isn't Xiao Hua's own? Forget it, don't think too much. Sun Hao's true qi surged as he said indifferently, Xiao Hua's heavenly tribulation has passed, prepare to capture him. After searching his soul, everything will be clear, okay? Sun Cheng also urged his body, preparing to fly to the other side and let Xiao Hua escape. However, before the two of them could fly, the tribulation clouds that had just dispersed in the sky condensed again, and this time, the tribulation clouds actually had 4 colors. Following the appearance of the 4-colored tribulation clouds, a heaven and earth restriction even more powerful than before spread out in all directions with Xiao Hua as the center. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were like birds startled by the twang of a bow. They hurriedly fled far away, for fear of being affected by this restriction. -13. Chapter 4068. As for Wu Han, who was inside the restriction, he wanted to cry but had no tears. His heart gradually became numb. Rumble. The lightning fell, enveloping the area within 100 miles of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's body immediately turned into a golden liquid. Within the golden liquid, there was not only dragon qi that flowed around the dragon patterns, but also 5-colored true qi that flowed around the inscriptions on the armor. At the same time, the runes that were the size of ants danced together with strands of soul silk. The aura that came from the Great Desolation even set off whirlpools within the golden liquid. What is this? Wu Han's eyes were as big as walnuts, as if he had seen the most incomprehensible thing in the world. However, his confusion only lasted for a few breaths. The aftermath of the lightning tribulation destroyed his body. As the inspector of the Immortal Palace, Wu Han naturally had a secret technique to temper his body. However, his body that had been tempered thousands of times by the lightning tribulation turned into ashes like paper. In the end, Wu Han suddenly understood, this seems to be the lightning tribulation of the great monster of the monster clan. Xiao Hua is a human. Wu Han understood too late, and he didn't have the chance to think more. Poor him, he was ravaged by the lightning tribulation again and again. In the end, he finally died a worthy death, a great death, a glorious death. Moreover, a strand of his nascent soul had just escaped and had yet to identify a direction to escape to. Rumble. The second bolt of tribulation lightning struck. Even Wu Han's nascent soul couldn't escape being ravaged by the tribulation lightning. Wu Han died. His soul was destroyed. In the distance, Sun Hao and Sun Cheng couldn't see the situation inside the lightning tribulation, so they didn't notice. However, when they saw the fierce great monster's lightning tribulation falling, they had already mourned for Wu Han in their hearts. How did Xiao Hua attract the great monster's lightning tribulation? Although Sun Cheng and Sun Hao had doubts in their hearts, thinking about the 5-clawed true dragon, the two of them were thoughtful, so no one said a word. Things had already reached this point. Even if the 5-clawed true dragon could cultivate into a great saint, the two of them couldn't stop. Xiao Hua's last wave of lightning tribulation lasted for a day and a night. When the tribulation clouds dispersed and the restrictions of heaven and earth disappeared, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao's burning heaven casting earth technique once again pounced over. After witnessing Xiao Hua's mysteriousness, the two of them became a lot more cautious and didn't particularly get close to him. Xiao Hua had escaped from the thunder tribulation. His entire body was brimming with true essence, and a rare eagerness was born from the bottom of his heart. As Xiao Hua breathed, the heaven and earth origin energy within 1,000 miles of him seemed to surge. Xiao Hua understood in his heart that although he had taken 2,560 dark breaking pills and had truly stepped into the severed divinity stage, and his formless nascent soul was a scattered soul that had crossed the initial tribulation, and his monster body had been reconstructed during the thunder tribulation, he still didn't have any chance of victory against two Confucian Grand Masters who were on the verge of becoming saints of literature. Motherfucker! Xiao Hua's arm flashed with a bronze color, tearing apart the shackles on the edge of the burning heaven-cast earth. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he once again activated the lightning escape technique. At the same time, he cursed in his heart with regret. If I had known earlier that the formless nascent soul would have an initial tribulation and the demon body would also have 4 lightning tribulations, I would have pulled these 2 Confucian cultivators in as well. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Rumble. Xiao Hua's entire body rumbled with thunder. His figure transformed into a bolt of lightning, and very arrogantly rushed towards the horizon. After only flying for a moment, the thunder that resounded through the sky became somewhat mute, as if it was molting. Xiao Hua's heart stirred. Between his eyebrows, at the top of his head, the 3 corpses Yin Thunder and 5 Qi Thunder hurriedly rushed out. Woo! A sharp whistling sound was emitted, and Xiao Hua's speed suddenly increased. What's going on now? Sun Cheng and Sun Cheng were startled once again. Right in front of their eyes, the dark green 3 corpses Yin Thunder and light purple 5 Qi Thunder flashed again, intertwining with the thunder around Xiao Hua's body. Thousands upon thousands of righteous Qi, thousands upon thousands of heaven and earth origin energy rushed into the thunder, and the sound of thunder began to become mute. Xiao Hua's lightning escape technique, which was originally about to break through, now forcibly entered the 6 paths of lightning. The speed of the lightning escape was 3 times faster than before. Soon, it would exceed the range of the 2's clear eyes technique. Chimpage. I'm afraid because of the increase in his realm, his flying technique has advanced again, right? Sun Hao coldly smiled. He raised his hand and pointed at the heaven-burning furnace. The heaven-burning furnace fell under his feet and said, "Looks like we can only catch up with him first." Ari, all right. Sun Cheng also helplessly smiled bitterly. He pointed at the earth-casting furnace and floated up. He helplessly said, "This old man has never felt that killing a Dao sect cultivator was so troublesome." As the 2 activated their imperial equipment, the 2 imperial equipment respectively surged out a silver-white cloud and a light blue cloud. They were not inferior to Xiao Hua's speed at all. Although these 2 imperial equipment were far apart, in the sky, the 2 clouds faintly intertwined with each other, letting out a rumbling sound. Damn it, as the saying goes, when the Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 10 feet tall. Seeing this, Xiao Hua's joy from the lightning escape's advancement was swept away. He unconsciously cursed in his heart, "This Xiao was able to fly fast just now, these 2 can also activate their flying imperial equipment." Cursing was cursing, Xiao Hua still had to activate his true essence to use the lightning escape technique. The lightning escape technique consumed a lot more true essence than the lightning travel 3 realms. When Xiao Hua activated it, a suffocating feeling was born from his lower dantian. He had no choice but to carefully deal with it. After flying for a few more days, Xiao Hua had already completely lost his direction. Moreover, the true essence in his body was greatly consumed because of supporting the lightning escape technique. However, because Xiao Guo and the green-robed Xiao Hua were refining pills in the space, and Xiao Hua was tempering these pills, he was not afraid of true essence drying up. However, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were like maggots in a tarsal bone. They were not tired, nor did their true essence dry up. They still chased after him, making him extremely distressed. This time's escape was the same as last time on the Dawn Rain continent, when he was chased by Shan Zongzi and Daoist Dui. Xiao Hua had no place to hide, and similarly, he did not know where to find a chance of survival. On the Dawn Rain continent, there was still Xue Xuehe who had no choice but to give up her life for Xiao Hua. On the hidden immortal continent, there would not be this kind of love and familial love. Spiritual fire, devil blade, innate true water, lightning technique, heavenly laws embodiment technique, heaven shocking sword, and other divine abilities, Xiao Hua thought about all of them. Letting dragon vein Xiao Hua, Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua, green-robed Xiao Hua, and even soul cultivator Xiao Hua come out together to besiege the 2 Confucian cultivator great grandmasters, Xiao Hua had also thought about it. However, Xiao Hua's overall strength was only at the upper middle of the 6th grade. Even if there were 10 of him, he would still not be a match for the 2 Confucian cultivators at the middle of the 7th grade. After all, there was a difference of 1 grade. In the eyes of cultivators, this grade could only be reached after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of cultivation. Perhaps there is only that mysterious white bones. Thinking about the horror of the blood bones in the demonic god's blood pool, Xiao Hua's heart had a kind of uneasiness. This uneasiness was even more intense than the devil blade. Although the devil blade had eroded Xiao Hua's mind, he could still control it. If the white bones with 3 heads and 6 arms were gathered, Xiao Hua felt that he would not be able to control it. Perhaps if he activated the white bones, he could kill the 2 Confucian cultivators, but what about the consequences? Perhaps it would be another demonic god's blood pool? Or perhaps it would be another mutual destruction? Xiao Hua did not know. Suddenly, looking at the distant horizon, Xiao Hua thought of Xin Xin and the words Xin Xin said on that rainy night. He raised his hand and took out the True Scholar's token. Since it is the True Scholar's token, it is also a protective amulet. What kind of surprise will it give you? The corner of Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. If the True Scholar comes, even if he can't help this Xiao kill the 2 great masters, he can at least scare him away, right? Saying this, Xiao Hua's hand surged with 5-colored true qi. When the true qi entered the token, The whole token emitted mottled colors. Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. Pu. The flying sword fell on it, and the token turned into powder. A wisp of 5-colored true chi rushed straight into the void and disappeared in a moment. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Hua was overjoyed and also rushed into the sky. Of course, it didn't take long before Xiao Hua couldn't find any trace of the multicolored light, so he could only fly forward. After another 10 days, he still didn't see any Confucian cultivators coming to save him. Xiao Hua felt some strange fluctuations in the space around him, and some strange outlines began to appear in the pure space. What's going on? Xiao Hua was puzzled. He released his divine sense but could not find any clues. Behind him, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao were still very close. He could only brace himself and fly forward. He. Xiao Hua did not know where this place was, but Sun Cheng and Sun Hao knew. When the two saw Xiao Hua fly to this place, a smile appeared on their faces. Even the imperial equipment under their feet slowed down. After all, they had chased for so long without sleep and rest. The two of them were also physically and mentally exhausted. Okay, brother ordinary. Sun Cheng breathed a sigh of relief and said with some certainty, this time we finally blocked him. We don't need to force him too much. We just need to block him on the road of death and not let him find another opportunity to escape. When we reach that place, you and I can slowly kill him. There's no need for Brother Zhenjing to say anything. Sun Hao said with a smile, since we've reached this place, this old man naturally knows what to do. We must be steady first. Ha ha ha. At this point, the two of them laughed loudly. Xiao Hua flew for several days inexplicably. He saw that the mountain-like outline to his left was becoming more and more obvious. This outline was like a dark cloud, but also like a trace of space. Moreover, the outline was very similar to the mountains on land. Some of the outlines even had some traces of trees, moss, and rivers. Where is this? Why is the scene so strange? Xiao Hua was once again puzzled. This is high up in the sky, second only to the earth, fire, wind, and thunder. Where did the clouds come from? Where did the trees and rivers come from? Oh, could it be, this is the immortal palace? No. That's not possible. Didn't Fu Jiwen say it before? The immortal palace is not something that ordinary cultivators can find. Even if this Xiao flew randomly, I'm afraid it's impossible to be so coincidental. -13. Chapter 4069. Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more strange, exceeding his understanding, Xiao Hua had the intention to fly out from these outlines. However, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao, who were following closely behind Xiao Hua, were already steadily chasing after him. Xiao Hua was simply unable to escape. Of course, noticing that the two were not in a hurry, Xiao Hua was even more nervous, knowing that he might be flying into a dead end. Therefore, after being unable to escape from this strange place, he tried to fly towards the outline of the nearest mountain range. What made Xiao Hua tremble with fear was that his divine sense had yet to come into contact with the outline of the mountain range. A kind of feeling of shock, majesty, fear, and so on came from his divine sense, forcing Xiao Hua to withdraw his divine sense. With his divine sense already like this, how could Xiao Hua still dare to approach? He could only fly forward. Of course, as he flew forward, Xiao Hua also tried to fly to higher and lower places. However, no matter how he tried, the mountain range seemed to be eternally standing there. It was incomparably majestic, incomparably shocking, and forever something that Xiao Hua could never hope to reach. I'm afraid. I can only go forward. Xiao Hua's eyes turned rapidly, fiercely gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, if it really doesn't work, I'll just drag the two of them into this dangerous place together. Who knows, I might be able to rely on luck to escape this calamity. Even if there's no luck, then it's better to die together. Just as he thought of this, the sound of armored horses came from afar. At the same time, a familiar voice rang in Xiao Hua's ears. Who's there? Quickly stop. This is Black Ruins Mountain, the forbidden area of the immortal palace. Ordinary people cannot approach. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Sun. Sun Jian. Perfected Lord Qingyuan? Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. Damn, I really came to the immortal palace. Seeing an acquaintance, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, hurriedly shouting, Perfected Lord Qingyuan, I am Xiao Hua of Black Wind Mountain. I have great information about the 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. I ask Perfected Lord to report it to the immortal emperor. Mph. Sun Jian naturally recognized Xiao Hua. Standing on the flaming chariot, he shouted, Xiao Hua, this is not the immortal palace. If you want to see the immortal emperor, you'd better turn back. If you continue, don't blame this true monarch for being merciless and killing you here. Boom. Sun Jian waved the 3-point, double-edged blade in his hand. The thousands of immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind him all circulated their true energy, and the inescapable net appeared in front of Xiao Hua's head again. Damn it. Seeing Sun Jian like this, Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. This is what it means to have a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Where should I run to? As they spoke, Sun Hao and Sun Cheng's clear gazes swept over, landing on Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's bodies before withdrawing. Even the speed of their pursuit slowed down. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian, the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind Sun Jian, and even the inescapable net in front of him. He then said, Perfected Cultivator Qingyuan, the battle between you and me in the Black Wind Ridge didn't end. Even though we didn't really fight, this Xiao respects you as a true man. Even if you cut off all ties with this Xiao Hua will still regard you as an old friend. So this Xiao Hua will tell you frankly, you, and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals behind you are simply not this Xiao Hua's match. If you don't want to die under this Xiao Hua's hands, and if you don't want your subordinates to die under this Xiao Hua's hands, then get out of the way immediately. Now that Xiao Hua has been forced into such a situation by your Confucian cultivator, this Xiao Hua has no more scruples. If this true monarch doesn't get out of the way, you'll kill this true monarch? Sun Jian's expression didn't change as he asked indifferently. Xiao Hua nodded, that's right. This Xiao Hua is being chased by 2 Confucian martial grandmasters behind me with no way out. I can only rush into this immortal palace's forbidden area to escape. If you don't get out of the way, then this Xiao Hua can only attack. Sun Jian raised his eyes to look at Sun Hao and Sun Cheng who were slowly approaching, then his gaze fell on Xiao Hua again. He asked, do you know why those 2 martial grandmasters aren't in a hurry to kill you? Naturally it's because of this forbidden area, Xiao Hua answered somewhat impatiently. But do you know where this forbidden area is? Sun Jian asked again. Xiao Hua sneered, didn't you say this place is Black Ruins Mountain? Correct, this place is Black Ruins Mountain. Sun Jian nodded, but this place has another name, it's called Heaven's Prison. Heaven? Heaven's Prison? Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. You came to guard the Heaven's Prison? This Heaven's Prison is the Immortal Palace's prison. The Immortal Palace's prison isn't here. Sun Jian explained, this place is the Heaven's Prison. Any cultivator who enters the Heaven's Prison, no matter how high their cultivation is, can never come out alive. Immortal Emperor? Great Sage? Mahavairokanna revered one? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, they also can't come out alive. Any cultivator. Sun Jian answered word by word. This Xiao Hua understands. Xiao Hua finally understood why Sun Hao and Sun Cheng weren't in a hurry to kill him. You're guarding this place to prevent cultivators from entering by mistake. Of course. Sun Jian nodded, then looked at the approaching Sun Cheng and Sun Hao and said indifferently, since you know this is the Heaven's Prison, then turn back. This true Lord's duty is here, I can't let you pass. Damn it, I already know this is the Heaven's Prison, how can this Xiao Hua still go in? Xiao Hua was speechless, but he still felt lucky in his heart and asked in a low voice, then, what's the Heaven's Prison like? No one knows. Sun Jian shook his head, no one has ever come out from there, so no one knows what's inside. Has anyone ever gone in? Sun Jian looked at Xiao Hua, knowing that he had not given up, and said indifferently, billions of years ago, there seemed to be a Wenxing who rebelled against the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace laid down an inescapable net but couldn't kill him. Later, He was forced into the heavens prison, and disappeared. All right. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "You don't need to say any more." After saying that, Xiao Hua turned around, his eyes flashing with determination as he looked at the two Confucian cultivators approaching. Sun Jian controlled the flaming war chariot and retreated a few li, coldly looking at everything that happened in front of him. The inescapable net in front of him had not been removed. Sun Cheng and Sun Hao flew to the front, and each of them pointed their feet. The burning sky furnace and the earth-casting furnace flew up into the air, and the earth-casting furnace landed on the ground, spinning around, waiting for an opportunity to pounce on Xiao Hua. "You too." Xiao Hua looked at the two imperial equipment aggressively, took out a Chenkuan bag and held it in his hand and said, "This is what you want. This Xiao Hua will give it to you. However, after you take it, can you let this Xiao Hua live?" Sun Cheng smiled and clapped his hands. People often say that a wise man submits to circumstances. Daoist Xiao is indeed a wise man. If you had done this earlier, why did you have to tear apart everyone's face? This Xiao Hua thinks that he is the kind of person who will not turn back until he hits the south wall, and can't be considered a wise man. Xiao Hua shook his head slightly, but now, this Xiao Hua has no way out, and can only choose to compromise. As long as the two of you swear an oath, this Xiao Hua will immediately send this Chenkuan bag over. Sun Cheng looked at Sun Hao, and the two of them exchanged glances. Sun Cheng said somewhat regretfully, "Daoist Xiao, if it was before Liao Jiang, or before your tribulation, not to mention swearing an oath, even if we directly let you go, it would not be impossible. But now, do you think that we still have the qualifications to let you go? But we must ask Daoist Xiao to make a trip with us to know the result." Sun Hao also said, "But this old man feels that Daoist Xiao need not worry. If you use this item to atone for your crimes, you may still have a way out." Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed, kept the Chenkuan bag, and said, "If the two of you let this Xiao Hua go now, this Xiao Hua can naturally give that item to you without worry. But if you want this Xiao Hua to be captured without putting up a fight and wait to be dealt with, that won't do. If the two of you push too far, this Xiao Hua will rush into Black Ruins Mountain, and let you draw water with a bamboo basket." "Ha ha." Sun Cheng laughed loudly, pointing at the inescapable net and said, "Daoist Xiao, what do you think Daoist Master Qingyuan is doing here? Without his immortal palace imperial equipment, can you enter the heavenly prison? Besides, Daoist Xiao," Sun Hao also advised, "once you enter the heavenly prison, you will definitely die. But if you follow this old man and the others back, you may not necessarily die. Why do you have to make things difficult for yourself?" Xiao Hua pinched his chin, thinking to himself. He understood in his heart that if it was purely because of the 9 provinces' cauldrons, he really didn't need to be too afraid. But the problem was that the Immortal Palace didn't only have a grudge with the 9 provinces' cauldrons, there were also those 100 nascent soul cultivators, and also Yaotai Mountain. He had a lot of secrets on him, and he couldn't reveal any of them, so how could he just let himself be captured without putting up a fight? Forget it. Xiao Hua looked at the two imperial equipment approaching, and made a decision in his heart. Just as Xiao Hua was about to take out white bone from the space, the heaven-burning furnace and the earth-casting furnace suddenly moved. Hundreds of vast chi pillars shot out from the void, landing on the two imperial equipment. The two imperial equipment expanded to several miles in size in a few breaths, firmly locking Xiao Hua inside. "Ha ha." Xiao Hua laughed, "So the two of you didn't plan to let this Xiao go. This Xiao has always been asking a tiger for its skin." When the two imperial equipment moved, Sun Cheng and Sun Hao naturally moved as well. The two of them urged their bodies to move, and still released the 3-colored genuine qi. Under the burning heaven-casting earth technique, the area around Xiao Hua within 100 miles was enveloped in silver-white and light blue flames. Layers of righteous qi surged into the flames like waves. The surface of Xiao Hua's body was naturally burned by the flames, but at this time, although the flames were fierce, they couldn't melt Xiao Hua's body. Only some of the flames landed on his body, creating deep fire scars, but these fire scars quickly healed under the bronze brilliance. However, the power of the domain within the flames was heavily pressed on Xiao Hua's body by the giant peak, and all of his true chi and true chi couldn't be mobilized. However, when the two Confucian cultivators saw Xiao Hua's calm expression, they didn't dare to be negligent. Each of their subbodies appeared, and the subbodies waved their arms, urging the two imperial equipment to gradually close. -13. Chapter 4070. Come out. Xiao Hua finally decided. His mind entered the space and took out the three-headed, six-armed white bone. Seeing the white bone appear on top of Xiao Hua's head, the two Confucian cultivators were slightly startled. However, although the white bone's body flashed with traces of lightning, the lightning didn't change in the flames. Even the white bone itself didn't change at all. It was just like a soldier puppet, without any vitality. Quick! Make your move. Sun Hao frowned and urged Sun Cheng, we will quickly capture this guy. Don't let him cause any more trouble. This white bone looks really strange. Okay. Sun Cheng also nodded. The two of them flew out and landed on the two sides of the two imperial equipment. They each stretched out their hands, one down and the other up. Rumble, rumble, rumble sounds could be heard in the air, and the closing speed increased. Bone-tempering fellow Daoist. At this moment, Xiao Hua was calm and said in a low voice, I'm afraid only you can activate this strange white bone. Okay. Bone-tempering Xiao Hua's voice was very loud. The indomitable and desolate figure walked out of Xiao Hua's body and landed on the white bone. Woo-woo. An indescribable aura came out from the white bone. This aura actually blew the flames in the space away. Not good. This white bone is really strange. Sun Cheng was alarmed. His body emitted a three-colored brilliance. The burning heaven cauldron vibrated and accelerated its descent. Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed and took out the blood bone from his Niwen palace. His calm mind was a bit confused. He really didn't want to go to this step. However, seeing that his body was a bit bent under the pressure of the two imperial equipment, he clenched his teeth and placed the blood bone on top of the white bone. Swoosh. The moment the blood bone landed on the white bone, the entire space seemed to be silent. Immediately after, the white bone issued a catcher sound of vibration. Strands of lightning were born from the cracks of the white bone. After that, a desolate aura that was 10 times more powerful than the bone-tempering Xiao Hua emitted from the white bone. Like a flood, it instantly covered an area of several thousand miles. Immediately after, roar. An angry roar that was even louder than Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's roar came out from Whitebone's 3 heads. It was as if it wanted to release the aura that it had held back for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. This furious roar was so shocking. Not only did it shake Xiao Hua to the point of trembling, even the immortal soldiers and immortal generals guarding Black Ruins Mountain fell limp in midair. Quick, retreat. Sun Jian's flaming chariot was now out of flames, and his face was also filled with shock as he hurriedly gave the order. Not only that, just as the furious roar fell, the blood bone on top of Whitebone's head suddenly emitted a faint blood light. This blood light was like the soul-slaying Yuan light. It streaked across the sky and landed on top of Xiao Hua's head. Wang wang. Xiao Hua's body trembled, and a blood shadow flew out along with the blood light and landed on Whitebone's. Whitebone's body instantly emitted a blood light, and a faint blood membrane covered Whitebone's. This blood membrane swelled for a moment before it stopped growing and turned into a layer of skin. A skinny 3-headed 6-armed celestial that was several hundred feet tall appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at Xiao Hua again, once the blood shadow appeared, his entire body went limp in midair. Not only was his face deathly pale, his body also did not have a trace of strength. Other than being conscious, he could not even move a finger. That blood bone had already sucked out all of Xiao Hua's blood essence. Boom! Once the celestial took shape, the void within several li immediately collapsed, and the previously incomparably powerful silver and blue flames were immediately extinguished. One of the celestial's heads looked up, while the other head looked down again. 2 of the celestial's arms slightly drew a line in the air. Crack! Crack! 2 crisp sounds rang out. No one could see how the celestial did it, but the heaven-burning furnace and the earth-casting furnace immediately exploded from the inside out, and the imprisonment within 50 kilometers was swept away. Just as the imprisonment disappeared, Kachacha. Within 1,000 li, violent thunder once again set off. Countless lightning bolts, some in the shape of a ball, some in the shape of a ball, crazily fell down. The celestial's body could be seen with the naked eye. Boom! At the same time, a familiar foreign star power fell down from the lightning bolts, and a barbaric aura rushed out from within 1,000 li. Hee. An indescribable sound came out from the celestial's mouth, and a strange aura that could destroy heaven and earth was once again emitted from the celestial's body. Wherever this aura passed, all the space collapsed one after another, and nothing was spared. The inescapable net set up by Sun Jian and the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals was torn to pieces by this aura. Even the outline of the mountain range that Xiao Hua's divine sense did not dare to approach before was now extremely distorted and flowing. This. Not to mention Sun Jian, even Sun Hao and Sun Cheng were dumbstruck. They turned around and fled, because how could they resist this aura that was even more powerful than Wenxing's? Kachacha. Just as the space within several hundred li was collapsing, an incomparably majestic fluctuation fell down along with a thunderbolt. Wherever the fluctuation went, all the space recovered extremely quickly. The thunderbolt fell, smashing precisely on the celestial's bloodbone, and the aura that could not be contained by this world was immediately extinguished by more than half. This is the laws of heaven and earth. Although Xiao Hua could not move, and could only watch as he released a crazy demon that could destroy heaven and earth, when the fluctuation and thunderbolt fell, he could clearly feel the heavenly Tao aura inside. He also understood that this celestial was definitely not an existence of the 3 continents, and was also not an existence of the 10,000 demon realm. The aura formed by a celestial was also not something that this world could contain, so the laws of heaven and earth descended to seal and eliminate the celestial's aura. However, even if the celestial was sealed, his strength was enough. The celestial slightly opened his mouth, and his entire body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had fallen on top of Sun Cheng's head. Seeing this, Sun Cheng was really frightened. He urged his subbody, and the Imperial Starpierce was also shot out. Crack! A stream of light splashed from the celestial's body. The Imperial Starpierce did not hurt the celestial at all, and the celestial raised his hand and grabbed downward. The entire space of a few miles was imprisoned, and then with a poof sound, Sun Cheng's subbody broke apart, exploding into 3-colored true qi that rushed in all directions. Woo! The celestial opened his mouth and inhaled, and all the true qi fell into his stomach. At the same time, the celestial's other hand reached into the void. Poof! The multicolored light around Sun Cheng swayed, and the bony arm passed through his body. Sun Cheng opened his mouth to call for help, but the celestial's other head opened its mouth and spat out a green light that fell on his forehead. A faint shadow was pulled out by the green light and fell into the celestial's stomach. Not only that, the celestial's third head opened its mouth again, and a blood shadow flew out of Sun Cheng's body. It was also swallowed by the celestial, and Sun Cheng's body quickly withered and turned into dust. Ha! The celestial killed Sun Cheng, opened its skeleton mouth, and looked at Sun Hao. At this moment, in the distant space, layers of light and shadow flashed, and a human figure appeared in the distorted space. As soon as this human figure appeared, it immediately turned into a subbody that was hundreds of feet tall. This subbody was not solid, or a shadow, and was very ethereal. Wensheng. Xiao Hua floated in the air involuntarily. When he saw the void refinement realm subbody, he immediately said in a low voice, "The celestial actually alarmed the Wensheng." "You. Who are you?" The Wensheng looked at the celestial in surprise, and then his gaze fell on Sun Hao, who was escaping in a sorry state. He asked, "Where is Xiao Hua?" Sun Hao was shocked, and he forced himself to calm down. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, Xiao Hua is behind this monster. We accompanied Xiao Hua to train, and suddenly we met this almost invincible monster. Xiao Hua was injured by this monster, and I'm afraid he will die soon. Damn it." Xiao Hua understood and was secretly anxious. "This is a real Confucian cultivator, he came to save me. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua could not speak at all, and the Xiao Hua inside the celestial seemed to have lost his mind, and he would not explain. The Wen Sheng raised his head, squinted his eyes at the celestial, and asked curiously, "Where did you meet this monster? This thing does not seem to be from the hidden immortal continent." Just as the Wen Sheng said this, the celestial moved again. The celestial's target was naturally Sun Hao. Let's see how the Wen Sheng would let the celestial succeed. The Wen Sheng smiled slightly, and his subbody moved. He raised his arm, and a four-colored light flashed, falling towards the celestial's white bones. Boom! The four-colored light was defeated, and the celestial's white bone hand was also blocked. Oh! The Wen Sheng was stunned, and looked at the celestial in disbelief. Then, his body swayed, and his huge subbody suddenly turned into multicolored light, like a peacock spreading its tail, covering hundreds of miles around. However, this multicolored light only spread slightly, and then suddenly converged, condensing into a four-colored fist, and hit one of the celestial's head. Boom! In a huge explosion, the fist flipped the celestial's body. Roar! The celestial's body did not stand upright, and with a roar, he swung his two arms forward. Ka-cha-cha! Two lightning bolts comparable to tribulation lightning, and more powerful than the horned dragon, hit the Wen Sheng's subbody. Woo! The Wen Sheng's subbody quickly teleported, wanting to merge with the void, but the nearby space was once again imprisoned by the lightning. In an even louder explosion, not only was the Wen Sheng's subbody sent flying, but the surrounding space was also shattered into pieces. Granny, this is troublesome. The flood rushed to the Dragon King Temple. Xiao Hua was somewhat anxious, and called for the Xiao Hua in his heart. However, before he could get in touch with bone-honing Xiao Hua, a sudden change occurred. The second body of the unknown literary sage that came to save Xiao Hua had just landed, and before he could even straighten up, Sun Hao, who was not far from him, suddenly flashed and appeared beside him faster than lightning. Sun Hao strangely stretched out his hand and his arms suddenly lengthened. With a boom, it pierced into the literary sage's second body. -13. Chapter 4071. Ah! When Sheng let out a blood-curdling scream, the originally illusory subbody suddenly solidified, trembling uncontrollably under Sun Hao's sneak attack. When Sheng turned his head with great difficulty, looking at Sun Hao with extreme confusion. However, a cold smile appeared on Sun Hao's face, a layer of inscriptions appeared on his arm. As the inscriptions entered his body, Wen Sheng's subbody gradually shrank, and in the end, Sun Hao opened his mouth. Woo! A four-colored blood shadow fell into his mouth, and Wen Sheng's physical body along with his subbody completely disappeared. Sun Hao killed a Wen Sheng faster than a Devas killed a martial grandmaster. Wang Wang. Sun Hao's body expanded uncontrollably as the inscriptions poured in. The subbody that appeared above his head previously also expanded and disappeared into it. After Sun Hao's body flickered a few times, suddenly, like Wen Sheng before, it became illusory, becoming one with the surrounding space. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Immediately after, a powerful Wen Chu star energy came from the void and landed on Sun Hao's body. A dazzling star-like battle armor formed with the naked eye. Seeing everything that happened so suddenly, Xiao Hua was dumbfounded. His heart once again fell into an ice cave. This is a Wenxing? How can Sun Hao be a Wenxing? Why did he attack that Wensheng? Boom! Without waiting for Xiao Hua to think, Sun Hao's figure flashed and appeared in front of the Devas. Sun Hao didn't take out any imperial equipment, directly smashing a fist towards the Deva's head. Woo! The Devas naturally wouldn't show weakness, swinging his fist to meet the attack. The two fists collided, letting out a rumbling sound. Immediately after, as the two waved their hands and raised their legs, lightning surged, as if thousands of lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the entire space. The might of this lightning was so powerful that the entire Black Ruins mountain was shaking. Sun Hao was from a military background, it looked like his fists and legs were very powerful, and the Deva's skills were also extraordinary. Big Dipper Divine Fist and Ethereal Steps were methodical, not losing out. This isn't Sun Hao, this definitely isn't Sun Hao. Xiao Hua's figure was pushed towards Black Ruins Mountain by the lightning from the punches and kicks. He gradually approached Sun Jian, but Xiao Hua didn't care about any of this. He only stared at the battle between the diva and Sun Hao. After watching for a while, he finally understood. This Sun Hao should be his so-called master's clone. Xiao Hua, what's going on? Sun Jian's voice came from behind Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua couldn't turn his head and said, don't mention these two. Say something. Sun Jian urged, just now, that Confucian martial grandmaster actually killed a literary sage. Where did he come from? Damn it, it's not that I don't want to talk. Xiao Hua shouted, I already said it, you can't hear me. Sun Hao's sun's eyes. Xiao Hua, when, Sheng, Xiao Hua's, when's. Xiao Hua looked at true monarch Qingyuan, who was loyal to the immortal emperor, and said with a bitter smile, Sun Jian, if you didn't come, you might still be alive, but since you helped me up, I'm afraid you'll be killed by Sun Hao like that sage of literature. Sun Hao. Sun Jian looked over, seeming to understand something. The one who died just now was called Sun Cheng, and the one I killed was called Wu Han. Xiao Hua explained, they took a fancy to something I had and wanted to take it away, that's why they chased me all the way from Liao River to Black Ruins Mountain. That sage of literature just now was a true Confucian cultivator. He was invited here by me using the True Confucian's token. True Confucian? You have the True Confucian's token? Sun Hao looked at Xiao Hua in surprise, obviously not believing him. Xiao Hua nodded and didn't explain further. At this moment, Sun Hao's figure was struck by lightning by the devas, a small part of his body was damaged, and waves of starlight gushed out. Ka! The sound of a sword rang out, followed by the cries of phoenixes and the roars of dragons. A long sword appeared in Sun Hao's hand. The hilt of this sword was shaped like a heart, and the heart was engraved with the patterns of dragons, phoenixes, and other beasts. Also, the edge of the sword under the sword light didn't look sharp, as if it hadn't been sharpened. There were no spikes at the tip of the sword, only an oval shape. The cries of phoenixes and the roars of dragons came from the patterns of the 10,000 beasts. The sword light of the treasured sword was different from ordinary sword light. It didn't have the coldness of killing, but instead had a heart-penetrating warmth. The silver sword light contained 10,000 layers of sword intent. The inner layer of this sword intent was the mountains and rivers, the middle layer was the myriad phenomena of the world, and the outer layer was the pavilions of the sky and the chains of inscriptions. Although the Deva's desolate aura was heavy, it instantly collapsed under this warm sword intent. Tian. Son of Heaven's sword. Xiao Hua was dumbfounded again. This was really fate. In the blood pool of the gods and devils, the Son of Heaven's sword suppressed the bloodbone, and here, the Devas encountered the Son of Heaven's sword again. Could the Devas defeat the Son of Heaven's sword this time? No. Unexpectedly, Sun Jian exposed the truth. This isn't the real Son of Heaven's sword. This is only the outer layer of the Son of Heaven's sword. However, the Son of Heaven's sword was the Son of Heaven's sword. It was only the outer layer, and similarly, the Devas sealed by the laws of heaven and earth couldn't compare to it. When the Son of Heaven's sword landed on the Devas' flesh and blood rapidly withered, and the aura that could tear the void was also swept away. Roar! Bone-honed Xiao Hua roared in pain, and landed in front of Xiao Hua with the Devas that were only bones left. Quickly take out that piece of blood bone, Xiao Hua shouted. Sun Jian reached out and took out the blood bone. Xiao Hua's mind swept, sending the lifeless white bone into the space, and the bone-honed Xiao Hua fell into Xiao Hua's body. Sun Jian. Sun Hao held the Son of Heaven's sword and said coldly, bring Xiao Hua here, then swear that you won't speak of today's matter. This old man can spare your life. He. Sun Jian laughed coldly. He grabbed Xiao Hua with one hand and placed the blood bone into his bosom with the other. He said, you spared my life, but can you also spare the lives of the Black Ruins Mountain garrison? No. Sun Hao shook his head. Anyone who saw today's matter must die. Haha, is it because they saw you holding the Son of Heaven's sword? Sun Jian laughed loudly. Who are you? You actually dare to hold the Son of Heaven's sword that only the immortal Emperor can possess? Could it be, you still want to report this matter to the immortal Emperor? Sun Hao asked with interest. Sun Jian laughed coldly. Everyone has the right to punish the unfilial Son of Heaven and Earth. Do you think that by sparing my life, I won't report it to the immortal Emperor? Foolish loyalty. Sun Hao sighed. This old man really doesn't know what benefits the immortal Emperor gave you to actually treat him like this. I am a true lord of the immortal palace, and a military disciple. Naturally, I have to be loyal to the immortal Emperor, Sun Jian said word by word. I don't need any benefits. Since that's the case, then, you can die. Be loyal to that dog's-hit immortal Emperor of yours. Sun Hao waved the Son of Heaven's sword calmly, and the sword's light enveloped an area of several thousand li. At that moment, there was a loud hum. The thing Sun Jian had been hiding beneath him all this time moved. A beam of light shot behind him, and the void-shattering eye between his brows opened. The grayish-white beam of light followed the previous one and landed on the distant Mount Black ruin. The Kunlun mirror? Sun Hao was shocked. Didn't the immortal Emperor take it back already? As he spoke, Sun Hao hastily raised his hand, and a sealing force instantly controlled the area within 1,000 li. However, Sun Hao was still too late. The Kunlun mirror and void-shattering eye's beam of light landed on Mount Black ruin, emitted a strange sound, and a thumb-sized crack appeared in the mountain's outline. Then, a black wind rushed out from within, following the beam of light and enveloping Xiao Hua and Sun Jian. Wherever the black wind passed, forget Sun Hao's sealing force, even the Son of Heaven's sword's light was broken. Many of the immortal soldiers and immortal generals stationed around Mount Black ruin were swept in by the black wind. Damn it. Sun Hao cursed, and the Son of Heaven's sword in his hand hastily slashed down. Boom. The sword's light landed, and a huge spatial crack appeared. However, in front of the crack, the black wind still fell into Mount Black ruin. Xiao Hua, Sun Jian, and hundreds of immortal soldiers and generals fell into Mount Black ruin. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Sun Hao cursed loudly, and the Son of Heaven's sword in his hand slashed down again. Ah! Miserable screams rang out. Phut phut! Sounds of flesh and blood bursting rang out. In just a few breaths, Sun Hao had killed all of true monarch Qingyuan's immortal soldiers and generals. In the end, Sun Hao's eyes flashed with the eye-clearing art. He swept his left and right, then rubbed his hands together. Heavenly fire descended, enveloping everything within 1,000 li. All of the corpses, including Sun Cheng and that literary sage, were burned to ashes. Only then did he disappear into the void with a dark expression. Although Xiao Hua couldn't see Sun Hao's actions, when Sun Jian approached him, he already knew the fate of Sun Jian and the troops stationed at Mount Black ruin. Sun Hao, who had taken out the Son of Heaven's sword, couldn't possibly let anyone know he possessed it, even if it was just the outer shell of the Son of Heaven's sword. However, what he didn't expect was that Sun Jian, who had severed all ties with him, would actually save him. Of course, the instant the black wind rose and swept him in, Xiao Hua also understood in his heart. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sun Jian was an upright person. Since he had severed all ties with him, then he had severed all ties with him. This Sun Hao had the outer shell of the Son of Heaven's sword in his hand. It was very obvious that among the Confucian cultivators, he was a power that could stand up to the immortal Emperor. If he fell into Sun Hao's hands, not to mention the 9 cauldrons that he had never revealed to Sun Jian, even the bones of the celestial being were a great threat to the immortal Emperor. Sun Jian wasn't actually saving him, but preventing him from falling into Sun Hao's hands. He didn't want to cause trouble for the immortal Emperor and the immortal palace. Damn it, the blood bone of the celestial being is still in this bastard's possession. Xiao Hua was speechless at this loyal Sun Jian. This bastard couldn't have left the blood bone in Mount Black ruin, right? Although Xiao Hua thought so, he only had a body of divine abilities. Besides his mind, he couldn't even move anything else. He could only allow Sun Jian to drag him into the spatial crack created by the black wind. -13. Chapter 4072. The space crack is pitch black and devoid of light. There's not even a trace of sound. It's as silent as a tomb. With Xiao Hua's strength, he can barely see the situation around him. At this moment, Sun Jian seems to be in the same situation as Xiao Hua. His body is powerlessly floating in the darkness. His hands and feet are blown away by the black wind. However, his left hand is still firmly holding onto Xiao Hua. Strange. Xiao Hua is somewhat bewildered. This heavenly prison doesn't seem to be as powerful as Sun Jian said. The ignorant were naturally fearless. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and looked around, while Sun Jian and the immortal soldiers and immortal generals who were dragged into the heavenly prison all revealed a look of horror. They exerted all their strength to circulate their true energy to protect themselves. Sun Jian. Xiao Hua opens his mouth. However, his voice is extremely long. It's so long that even Xiao Hua himself can't hear it clearly. Sun Jian seems to have heard Xiao Hua's voice. He slightly turns his head. There's an inquiring look in his eyes. He opens his mouth and also drags out the syllables. What do you want? Xiao Hua is helpless. His eyes inexplicably turn and he agrees. Sun Jian doesn't know what Xiao Hua means. However, he nods at Xiao Hua and clenches his left hand again. His eyes are telling Xiao Hua to be at ease. All right. Xiao Hua secretly nods in his heart. Although this Sun Jian is an immortal emperor's loyal follower, he's also a trustworthy person. In this heavenly prison, having such a person to support each other can be considered a kind of luck. Although the black wind is powerful, it's impossible to determine the distance in the heavenly prison. Therefore, for an entire incense stick's worth of time, the two of them don't stop moving. However, the two of them don't realize how far they've been blown by the black wind. The floating immortal soldiers and immortal generals around the two of them also maintain their previous posture. There's no change. Could it be that we're just floating like this? Xiao Hua suddenly has a kind of enlightenment. A trace of fear appears in his heart. This heavenly prison is endless. As long as a cultivator falls into this heavenly prison, they'll just float until the end of their lifespan. Isn't that so? This heavenly prison doesn't have the world's origin energy. There's no righteous energy. Cultivators who come here can't cultivate at all. Sun Jian and the other immortal soldiers and immortal generals were no different from me. They couldn't even move their bodies. What were they cultivating? I can only slowly grow old here and die. Thinking of quietly waiting until I die of old age, an indescribable fear arises in Xiao Hua's heart. This is the terror of the heavenly prison. Xiao Hua floated peacefully for more than 10 days. If it wasn't for the howling of the black wind, Xiao Hua felt as if he hadn't moved at all. Even his blood essence that had been absorbed by the celestials didn't recover in the slightest. What's more, the surroundings were always pitch black, and it was impossible to distinguish any changes. Xiao Hua and Sun Jian could only express their intentions through the movement of their eyes. Sigh. For no reason, Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. At this point, he already understood that the sky prison of Black Ruins Mountain was a warning sign of his sudden impulse. It was a huge crisis that could not be avoided, regardless of whether one was training or cultivating in seclusion. The root of this crisis was the 9 continents cauldrons. If he was training, he couldn't avoid looking for the Yuzhou cauldrons. Sun Cheng was guarding the Yuzhou cauldrons, waiting for him to come. He would definitely walk right into the trap. And if he didn't come out of seclusion, Sun Hao would also follow Sun Cheng's clues to find him. With Wenxing's strength, with the power to control the Son of Heaven's sword, with the ambition to confront an immortal emperor, Sun Hao would definitely find him. He might even find the Fortune Gate in the soaring Dragon Mountain range. At that time, the one who would lose would not be Xiao Hua himself, but the entire Dao Gate. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart calmed down. After all, he had left enough things in the soaring Dragon Mountain range, and the disciples there were enough. In the future, the Fortune Gate would definitely stand out and occupy a place in the hidden immortal continent. It's just a pity that the disciples in this Xiao's space. Xiao Hua felt a little regretful. I shouldn't have brought them out. Although Xiao Hua's mind could move, ever since he entered the heavenly prison, Xiao Hua found that his mind could not enter the space, so he couldn't see the situation in the space. But suddenly, Xiao Hua's heart was moved. This Xiao has drifted in the heavenly prison for a lifetime, but the space is independent. Fujiwen and the others can also live a wonderful life. Moreover, the fortune gate controlled by green-robed Xiao Hua also has its own life. Although I don't know what the space will be like after I die, I know that as long as I'm alive, the space will exist, and everything inside will be wonderful. Damn it. So what if the heavenly prison? So what if I drift quietly like this for a lifetime? For these disciples, for Shueshue and Master in the dark side of the space, I also have to live. For every day I live, they can live. After thinking this through, Xiao Hua's mind became clear. The fear and terror from before all disappeared. This boundless darkness and boundless loneliness had all become fleeting clouds. Besides, don't this Xiao have true monarch Qingyuan by his side? It can't be said that I'm lonely. It's a pity that this guy is a man. If it were Xin Xin, that would be even better. Looking at Sun Jian floating beside him, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled into a smile. Sun Jian seemed to have noticed Xiao Hua's abnormality. With some difficulty, he slightly tilted his head and looked at Xiao Hua. At this time, Xiao Hua seemed to have seen something terrifying, and his face changed greatly. Oh! Sun Jian was also shocked. He hurriedly followed Xiao Hua's gaze and saw that in the pitch-black darkness, not more than 100 feet away from the two of them, there were two dazzling threads of light. These threads of light twisted into an irregular shape, and on the other side of the threads of light were the three immortal soldiers who had fallen into the heavenly prison with Sun Jian. These three immortal soldiers were unable to move like Sun Jian and the others, and they also floated forward. However, the moment the threads of light appeared, the three immortal soldiers' hair began to turn white, and wrinkles began to appear on their faces. Then, their hair turned into nothingness, and their flesh began to disappear. In the end, the three immortal soldiers had turned into white bones. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the three immortal soldiers' bones turned into dust, and the immortal armor on their bodies rusted, slowly broke, and finally disappeared. The passage of time? Innate restriction? Looking at the familiar scene, Xiao Hua's heart shook greatly. He naturally thought of the mysterious innate formation in the depths of the West Ocean. Therefore, he hurriedly looked at Sun Jian. Fortunately, Sun Jian didn't change at all. On the other side of the two twisted threads of light, all the immortal soldiers and immortal generals didn't change at all. They didn't seem to have aged rapidly with the passage of time. Moreover, from the edge of the threads of light, there was a faint obscure fluctuation. Xiao Hua was shocked, and Sun Jian was scared out of his wits. Seeing this situation, how could he not know what was so terrifying about the heavenly prison? The law of time. No immortal palace's cultivators, including immortal emperors, could survive in this law of time. Naturally, no one could leave the heavenly prison alive. My essence blood has a trace of recovery. The obscure fluctuation passed through Xiao Hua's body, and he suddenly felt a trace of it. Suddenly, Xiao Hua's expression changed. Could it be that fluctuation? Yes, that fluctuation might be the fluctuation of the law of time. Xiao Hua understood. There weren't any fluctuations in the darkness before, so there was no time, so my essence blood couldn't recover for a long time. Now, this area has the law of time, so I can recover my essence blood. So, in the other area I saw just now, the law of time there is different from here? Then, is it because their time is faster? Is our time slow? Or is it that we saw them die of old age extremely quickly, and they see us die of old age extremely quickly too? Even though we saw them die of old age, they are still living well in that area like us. In an instant, Xiao Hua thought a lot, and Sun Jian grabbed Xiao Hua's hand with more force. Not good. Just as Xiao Hua's essence blood was recovering slightly, many halos flashed in the darkness in front of him. These halos weren't circular, and like the threads of light they saw before, they were abnormally distorted and didn't have any shape at all. These halos were originally as gorgeous as fireworks in the mortal world, but now in the eyes of Xiao Hua, Sun Jian, and the others, they were like the most terrifying weapons of time. Everyone's eyes revealed despair. They clearly knew that behind each halo was a world of its own. In this world, there was no such thing as strength or cultivation. Everything was controlled by the fluctuations of time. The power, reputation, and strength that they had been pursuing would all disappear in an instant after a fluctuation. Shua. Just as everyone was panicking, another fluctuation appeared out of thin air. However, this fluctuation didn't have any effect on them. Everyone looked at each other in panic, but no one felt anything special. However, Xiao Hua was different from the others. He felt as if he had come back from the jaws of death. His heart was filled with ecstasy. Isn't this a commonly seen fluctuation in the void? No, this fluctuation is even sharper than the fluctuation of this Xiao's nascent soul. It seems to be similar to the fluctuation of the blood bone in the blood pool of the gods and devils. If this fluctuation falls into the formless nascent soul, it will definitely stimulate the cultivation of the nascent soul. Ayo, this Xiao understands. At this moment, although Xiao Hua didn't know what this fluctuation was, he had a faint understanding in his heart. When this Xiao was pregnant in the void, I relied on this fluctuation. Moreover, that day when the nascent soul pill fell into my stomach, it also turned into a kind of strange fluctuation. In the blood pool of the gods and devils, it was also a kind of fluctuation that tempered the body. Could it be that this fluctuation is the essence of the world's origin chi, noble chi, or even the essence of dragon chi? In the immortal world, I need to use fluctuations to cultivate. No. The immortal world is the legendary immortal chi, and the dragon domain is the dragon spirit chi. Could it be, the cultivation method of this fluctuation is higher than that of the immortal world? -13. Chapter 4073. Xiao Hua pondered again. However, that might not be the case. There's no spiritual energy in the wilderness, so how did the human race cultivate back then? Perhaps this fluctuation is the cultivation path of the Empyreans in the wilderness. The fluctuation was like a straw, giving Xiao Hua, who was on the brink of death, a sliver of hope. However, Sun Jian and the others weren't in such a good mood. They watched as the colorful halos split everyone into several groups. Sun Jian stared fixedly at the two people closest to him. As expected, the two of them also turned into withered bones. Sun Jian hurriedly turned to look at a distant halo. That halo had long since been empty. The immortal generals inside were nowhere to be found. Sun Jian panicked. He turned to look in another direction. Several immortal soldiers were floating strangely on one side of the halo. They didn't move at all. Whether it was the expression on their faces or the shock in their eyes, they were all still. When he looked at the other side of the immortal soldiers, he saw 3 to 5 toddlers waving their chubby arms and gradually disappearing into the pitch-black night sky. This bizarre scene caused Sun Jian's hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but look down at his own body, then at Xiao Hua, who was on his arm. Can you see? Sun Jian knew that Xiao Hua couldn't hear him clearly, but he still couldn't help but ask. After all, 10 days of fear had made his heart grow like grass. Not speaking would make him anxious. I see it. Xiao Hua said. You catch me, sigh. Sun Jian naturally knew that Xiao Hua was powerless against this bizarre situation. He sighed and looked to his left. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals who had been swept into Black Ruins Mountain with Sun Jian and Xiao Hua had now scattered into different halos and different time domains. Perhaps only the heavens knew if they were still alive or not. Swoosh. Sun Jian had just sighed when several more fluctuations rushed over. They were like drizzling rain. Sun Jian trembled inexplicably. Only after seeing that there were no changes to his body did he relax. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his invisible nascent soul to absorb the fluctuations into his nascent soul. At the same time, after one of the fluctuations, Xiao Hua's essence blood recovered another strand. Several more days passed, and no more halos appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's eyes. Clearly, this large area was governed by the same laws of time. Moreover, In this area, yuan qi fluctuations and other strange fluctuations appeared one after another. Xiao Hua's blood essence had yet to be replenished, and his body still couldn't move. Therefore, he couldn't try to absorb other energy fluctuations. As for the space, Xiao Hua's mind was still unable to enter it. However, the space had already loosened a little. Xiao Hua knew that this was most likely related to the laws of time within the area. There's another ring of light ahead. In the pitch-black space, any light would always travel far. Sun Jian warned them from afar. Xiao Hua didn't bother to answer, he just waited for his essence blood to recover. Swoosh. After passing through a layer of halo, Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's figures suddenly became illusory. Their heads were already a day away, while their feet were still at the place where they had just entered the region. Looking at this strange scene and the deformed corporeal body, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly stirred. He thought to himself, in this heavenly prison, there's no such thing as Zhong or Li, right? There's only the sky and the moon. However, in different regions, the sky and the sky, the moon and the moon, the year and the year, can they be compared? Of course, after several days, when Xiao Hua and Sun Jian flew out of this region, their legs also rushed through the halo along with their heads. They didn't really stay in the other region. And in this region, Xiao Hua's face gradually regained its color. Although the blood essence that had been extracted by the Skyman's white bone hadn't completely recovered, it was enough for Xiao Hua to move. Sun Jian. When Xiao Hua opened his mouth, both of them were shocked. Because this voice was extremely similar to what they usually spoke. Daoist Master Xiao. Sun Jian hurriedly retracted his arm. With an indescribable expression on his face, he asked, "Who is that Sun Hao? And what is that white bone of yours?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He urged his magic power to stop, but no matter how he urged it, his flying body couldn't stop. Under the laws of time, I'm afraid there's no laws that can resist it. Xiao Hua seemed to be deep in thought. His gaze looked towards the pitch-black distance. Perhaps in other regions, there'll be an opportunity to urge my magic power to stop. If I don't stop, sooner or later I'll fall into an unpredictable region and die without a burial place. After thinking it through, Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian with a bitter smile and replied, "Sun Jian, you and I have fallen into the Black Ruins Mountain. Since ancient times, no cultivator has ever been able to escape from there. What's the use of you asking so much? Could it be that you can report to the immortal emperor? Besides, I also don't know who Sun Hao is." Saying that, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that blood-colored bone." "No." Sun Jian had just said half a sentence when he dejectedly took out the blood bone from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. He said, "You're right. Since you and I can't get out, what's the use of asking these things? Yeah, since we can't get out, what's the use of those magic treasures?" Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I seem to have seen you have a Kunlun mirror before. Why don't you give that treasure to me as well? That's not the real Kunlun mirror." Sun Jian ignored Xiao Hua's teasing and said, "That's just the outer shell of the Kunlun mirror. Without the core of the Kunlun mirror, there wouldn't be a Kunlun wonderland inside, let alone the real Kunlun mirror." Xiao Hua looked into the distance and held his chin with his hand. He said thoughtfully, "Sun Jian, you and I can be together now, but drifting in this heavenly prison, can we be together forever? Impossible." Sun Jian shook his head, "Perhaps after the next halo, even if I pull you, you and I will still be separated. Then do you think you can get out of this heavenly prison alive?" Xiao Hua asked again. Sun Jian looked at Xiao Hua in confusion and asked curiously, "What does Daoist Xiao mean?" "Nothing, I'm bored, I'm just casually asking," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "Let's not talk about the time fluctuation first." Sun Jian said, "Under that fluctuation, I don't have any power to resist and will definitely fall. Even if there is no fluctuation, in that pitch-black space like before, I can't cultivate and my lifespan can't increase. I will still die of old age here. If you can cultivate, you have a chance to live." Xiao Hua asked back. Sun Jian waved his hand and ignored Xiao Hua, as if what Xiao Hua said was a joke. "Give me the outer shell of the Kunlun mirror." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, Maybe I will give you a surprise. Although Sun Jian knew that his Kunlun mirror was trash in the heavenly prison, he was still not moved by Xiao Hua's words. He replied indifferently, the Kunlun mirror was bestowed by the immortal emperor. If you don't say it, how can I give it to you? Damn it. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, I forgot that the Kunlun mirror was bestowed by the immortal emperor. How can you casually take it out? It's just that Xiao Hua's mind couldn't easily enter the space, so he naturally couldn't take out his Kunlun mirror. Therefore, he thought for a moment and didn't say anything. After flying for another 100 days, the two of them passed through 4 to 5 different time zones. Not only did Xiao Hua's blood essence recover, he could also enter the space. When Xiao Hua's mind entered the space and asked a little, he was stunned again. Because whether it was the green-robed Xiao Hua, Fu Jiwen, and the other disciples, none of them felt any change in time. The entire space was the same as before. Moreover, the time that passed was similar to Xiao Hua's estimation. I understand. After pondering for a moment and calculating the time that he estimated was different from the time that the green-robed Xiao Hua said. Xiao Hua somewhat understood, the time in this space is originally independent, just like the stacked Jade Legacy realm. However, because my mind is somewhat connected with the space, the time in this space is the same as the time zone that I came out of. Just like after the opening of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, it gradually synchronized with the time of the Dragon Island. Previously, when I entered the Black Ruins Mountain, there were no time fluctuations. Therefore, time also didn't flow in this space. Of course, the time zone in this heavenly prison is different from the Xiantian Great Formation at the bottom of the West Ocean. That great formation forcibly stimulated time. Although there is time passing in this time zone, I can't see it. I can only see the time passing in the outside area. Those fallen immortal soldiers might have already died of old age in my eyes, but they might still be living well in there. However, Xiao Hua's thoughts were all based on his own understanding. Whether they were correct or not, he himself didn't know. However, when he took out his Kunlun mirror, Sun Jian was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the two almost identical Kunlun mirrors in disbelief and asked in a low voice, Daoist Xiao's Kunlun mirror, is there a Kunlun immortal realm? There is. Xiao Hua replied without the slightest hesitation, if true monarch Qingyuan is willing, you can also go in and cultivate. How is that possible? Sun Jian shook his head, this place can't activate magic treasures. It's impossible for you to take me in. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and waved the Kunlun mirror in his hand, saying, Hehe, if you give your Kunlun mirror to me, I might give you a pleasant surprise. Hehe, Daoist Xiao must be joking. Sun Jian said with a smile, this place can't refine magic treasures. How are you going to refine 2 magic treasures that are originally one? Tell me, are you going to give or not? Xiao Hua revealed his greedy nature. Give. Why wouldn't you give? Sun Jian raised his hand and stuffed the Kunlun mirror into Xiao Hua's hand, saying, I still want to see the difference between the real Kunlun Immortal Realm and Penglai Immortal Realm. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He took Sun Jian's Kunlun mirror and sent it into the space along with his own Kunlun mirror for green-robed Xiao Hua to refine. Then, he suddenly realized something, saying, True monarch Qingyuan, what do you mean? What is the relationship between Penglai Immortal Realm and Kunlun Immortal Realm? Why do you want to see the difference between them? -13. Chapter 4074. This. Sun Jian hesitated, as if he had some secrets he didn't want to say. After a while, he said, the Kunlun mirror has the Kunlun Immortal Realm, then, the other magic treasures also have the Penglai Immortal Realm. What magic treasures? Xiao Hua was confused. Also, the Penglai Immortal Realm, isn't it in the Immortal Palace? This is a secret of the Immortal Palace. I only learned about it by chance, so it's not detailed. Sun Jian's words were a little vague. TCH. Xiao Hua sneered. You and I are already prepared to die in the heavenly prison, what secrets do you still want to keep? This is the Immortal Emperor's secret. The more Sun Jian explained, the more information he revealed. In the end, Sun Jian simply stopped talking. He. Xiao Hua laughed and didn't ask anymore. He began to sit cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, allowing his body to drift into the depths of the heavenly prison while he calmed his mind to capture the fluctuations that were gradually becoming denser. There were many fluctuations in this area, and it could be said that they were heterogeneous. Xiao Hua could only distinguish the fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi and couldn't distinguish the other fluctuations. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting down as if he was cultivating, Sun Jian was a bit bewildered. However, seeing that there wasn't a trace of the world's origin energy around him, Sun Jian couldn't help but bitterly smile. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment before his thoughts became chaotic again. Not good. Another few days passed. Xiao Hua was selecting and testing the fluctuations when Sun Jian suddenly cried out. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and saw many rings of light in front of him. They were connected to each other, forming a very strange pattern. Oh no! Xiao Hua frowned and squinted his eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "Perfected Lord Qingyuan, if there is no miracle, I'm afraid this is where you and I will part ways." Yes, it should be. Sun Jian's gaze is somewhat complicated as he looks at Xiao Hua. He clasps his hands and says, "I have known Daoist Xiao for a while. I also know that Daoist Xiao is a good man who is loyal to his feelings. It's a pity that you and I are different from each other. I was demoted to Black Ruin Mountain because of you, and now I'll be buried in the heavenly prison with you. We're even." Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. You came to guard Black Ruin Mountain because of me? Oh, I understand. In an instant, Xiao Hua understood a lot. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then this Xiao will definitely repay you." However, before Xiao Hua could say a few words, the two of them suddenly sped up, and several indescribable auras rushed towards the two of them like hot air in the cold winter. When these auras landed on Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua involuntarily had a strange feeling. It was as if there were people talking and people fighting within these auras. There was even the fragrance of the earth and the dampness of the rain. Of course, these auras felt different, but it gave Xiao Hua a misconception that there was a small world within each of these auras. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to ponder. That net-like halo quickly appeared in front of the two of them, and even a faint strand of light landed right in front of them. As Xiao Hua expected, wrinkles quickly appeared on Sun Jian's face at the other end of the light thread. "Don't struggle." Xiao Hua didn't care whether Sun Jian could understand his words or not. He took out the Kunlun mirror with his mind, and then hurriedly released it to wrap around Sun Jian. However, Xiao Hua forgot that these were two different time zones. His eyes could see them, but his mind couldn't find them. Damn it! Xiao Hua didn't forget to hold the Kunlun mirror with one hand. His mind was like looking for a needle in a haystack, randomly waving around. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly streaked past Sun Jian, and a fist-sized black box appeared in Xiao Hua's field of vision. At the same time, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the distance. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. His mind swept towards the distance, and Sun Jian and the black box disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight at the same time. Phew! Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, and withdrew his mind like a waterfall. Sun Jian and the black box fell into his space. At this moment, Xiao Hua's figure rushed into another area. After that halo, Xiao Hua's mind was actually cut off by 30%. Damn it, that was close. Xiao Hua patted his chest very naturally. With his mind cut off, he could still cultivate through the sun-shrouding art and secret techniques. If he was half a step late, Sun Jian would have really died in that area. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to check Sun Jian and the box at this moment, because in the immediate area, countless fluctuations surged over like a flood, drowning Xiao Hua in a moment. Only after several tens of days did Xiao Hua finally raise his head happily from the drowning of the fluctuations. His face was filled with pleasant surprise as he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, have you all noticed the abnormality of these fluctuations? All right, I'll let you know." Bone-honed Xiao Hua said first, "I have already found a fluctuation similar to the one in the blood pool of gods and demons. I can use this fluctuation to temper my bones." Phoenix body Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to fall behind, and replied, I also found a fluctuation suitable for myself. Although I haven't tried it yet, since fellow Daoist can use it, I can also use it. Hehe, fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua of the dragon vein smiled even more. This poor Daoist is formed from the dragon spirit chi of the dragon domain. There are actually 4 or 5 of these fluctuations that this poor Daoist feels familiar. This poor Daoist can cultivate with them. Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked, "Can this fluctuation be activated with the heavenly dragon speech technique?" "Of course not." Dragon vein Xiao Hua replied, "This fluctuation contains a higher level of dragon spirit energy. I can use it to cultivate, but if it's activated with the heavenly dragon speech technique, it won't work." I understand." Xiao Hua nodded. "It should be that this heavenly dragon speech technique is too low level." "Yeah. In that case, this fluctuation, it's strange again." Dragon vein Xiao Hua replied. "Little brother, can also use it." A low voice timidly replied. It was the demonic spirit Xiao Hua. Hearing this voice, who would know that it was a demonic spirit that devoured blood? "Oh." Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, and asked curiously, "Demonic spirits need black flames and demonic blood, with demonic energy." "Oh, I understand. Demonic energy can also be contained within fluctuations." "Exactly." The demonic spirit's voice was still very low, and within this fluctuation, there are almost 10 types that I can devour. "What about Confucian Immortal Friend?" Xiao Hua was somewhat concerned about Confucian Immortal Friend Xiao Hua. Confucian Immortal Friend Xiao Hua said proudly, "Don't worry, Immortal Friend. If it was before I obtained innate true Qi, I would still be somewhat confused. But after understanding the 5 Qi unifications technique and the essence of true Qi cultivation, I don't need to rely on external objects to cultivate Confucian cultivation techniques to the literary star realm. Of course, within this fluctuation, I also discovered 2 fluctuations that were similar to righteous Qi. After I cultivate the 9 cauldrons and core of essence, I will concentrate on the matter of fluctuations." "Good." Xiao Hua looked at the pitch-black heaven prison, as well as the specks of light within the boundless darkness, and said with a smile, "In the eyes of others, this heaven prison is the end of life. In our eyes, it should be the starting point of a wonderful life. The fluctuations that others can't use to cultivate are the essence of heaven and earth that we casually pluck. And the death zone that others can only sit and wait for death is the paradise for us to cultivate. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to think too much. Just treat this disaster as a closed-door cultivation." "Haha, that's right." Confucian Immortal Friend Xiao Hua said with a smile. Immortal Friend Xiao Hua always wanted to go into closed-door cultivation, but in the end, you didn't have the time to do so. Because of the mundane affairs, you flew all over the hidden immortal continent. Now, even the heavens can't stand it anymore and gave you this chance to go into closed-door cultivation. Why don't you make good use of it?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, touched his nose and said, "Immortal Friend, this kind of closed-door cultivation opportunity, I feel that it's better to have less of it. In the hidden immortal continent, I always know that I'm alive, but in this place, who knows when I'll be able to escape from here? Perhaps our closed-door cultivation this time is a closed-door cultivation where we'll never be able to come out. Don't tell me there's no chance to go out." Dragon vein Xiao Hua said in a low voice, "For example, that space crack in the folded jade legacy realm? This place is not a space tunnel, where you can find the exit." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "Even if I's illusion breaker magic eye can tear the void, it can't be used here." Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua's heart moved, then he frowned and said, "However, when we first entered this area, there were several indescribable auras, extremely strange. It was completely different from the deathly stillness in this heavenly prison." Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment, let I think. After a moment, Xiao Hua opened his mouth again. "Everyone must still remember the situation that day, right? In this heavenly prison, there were originally no halos, but because the time rules were different in the places where the time zones touched, they produced dazzling halos. In the beginning, between the 2 halos, we didn't discover any strange aura. That's because the 2 halos were very close to each other. But recently, there were more halos, which means that the time zones also increased at the same time. The places where these halos didn't touch should be the places where the time zones didn't cover. That aura should be emitted from these time gap. That's right. Confucian immortal Xiao Hua shouted, these time gaps are some fragments of the heavenly prison, which is our chance to escape. The problem is. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua shook his head, how do we use these fragments? I have been to the stacked Jade Legacy realm, the situation there is different from here. It seems that we don't have any power to escape here, even if we find the real time gaps, it still won't work. Confucian immortal Xiao Hua was silent for a moment, then said, having hope is better than nothing. Now, let's think about how to find the time fragments to return to the hidden immortal continent. Naturally, we'll use fellow Daoist's divine sense to find it. Bone-honing Xiao Hua also suggested, perhaps we can find it, hiss. Xiao Hua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he thought of something. Sure enough, Confucian immortal Xiao Hua smiled, fellow Daoist seems to have forgotten fellow Daoist soul cultivator, he has the way south opposite north technique. Moreover, fellow Daoist's universal transference token has the mark of the Black Wind Mountains transmission array, and it seems that fellow Daoist also left a divine sense mark on the snowy mountain of the Western Paradise's Linglong Temple. If fellow Daoist's divine sense is strong enough, or fellow Daoist soul cultivator's way south opposite north technique is profound enough, we might have a chance to get out. -13. Chapter 4075. Fellow Immortal is right. Xiao Hua nodded. First of all, we should cultivate diligently and cultivate our techniques to the extreme. Maybe some kind of magical ability can help us escape from the heavenly prison. Second, I should fly towards the depths of the heavenly prison. Maybe we can find some usable time fragments and have a chance to escape. Finally, I should refine my divine sense and let fellow Daoist refine the soul technique and the going southway north technique. Once we find the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark between the fragments, we can use the going southway north technique to escape from here. But, Demon Spirit Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, we can't use any magical ability here. We can't use it here, but it doesn't mean we can't use it elsewhere, especially near the time fragments. Xiao Hua smiled. Moreover, if we can find the divine sense mark there, the going southway north technique can also be used. We'll listen to fellow Daoist's instructions. The group of primordial spirits were overjoyed. They agreed and went to cultivate. Xiao Hua's psyche entered the soul formation sky and explained everything to the soul cultivator Xiao Hua. When the soul cultivator Xiao Hua flew out from the mysterious dark clouds, he didn't leave Xiao Hua's body. Immediately, his body flashed with brilliant green light and countless energy waves rushed into his body like moths to a flame. The green seal appeared out of thin air and fluttered around him. There's a strong aura of desolation here. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua said happily. I should cultivate here. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and nodded. As long as you don't leave I's body, you can cultivate anywhere. However, fellow Daoist must focus on the going southway north technique. This is the foundation of our escape. Fellow Daoist, don't expect too much from this technique. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua shook his head. Not to mention whether this technique can take us back to the Pure Land from here, even if it can, I can't practice it with my current cultivation. In fellow Daoist's opinion, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't naively think that he could leave the heavenly prison immediately. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua thought for a moment and replied, solitary sky is the most basic condition. Xiao Hua was a little dumbfounded when he heard this, but what made him dumbfounded was still behind. I'm afraid that it will be 1,000 years before I can cultivate to the silent sky realm. 1,000 years later? Xiao Hua was stunned and blurted out, such a long time? Hihi, it only takes a little more than 1,000 years to complete soul cultivation. Fellow Daoist, don't you think you're blessed by the heavens? Soul cultivator Xiao Hua mocked. That's right, I was too greedy. Xiao Hua was disappointed, but he immediately came to his senses. Fellow Daoist, take your time and cultivate. Don't be anxious. Right now, we are in seclusion. Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we can only leave seclusion once we succeed. All right. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua replied, then began to cultivate. Xiao Hua's consciousness retreated. He looked at the many primordial spirits cultivating, then entered the space again. This area in the space was exactly the same as the Kunlun Wonderland. Sun Jian, who looked like a withered old man, was sitting there with a black box beside him. Perfected Lord Qingyuan. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua still transformed into Xiao Hua's appearance and landed in front of Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned his fish-like eyes and looked at Xiao Hua indifferently, as if he didn't recognize him. After half a cup of tea's time, he hesitated and asked tentatively, Xiao Hua. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded. It's me. Perfected Xiao. Sun Jian suddenly seemed to come alive. He jumped up with difficulty and pulled Xiao Hua, saying, Didn't we still escape from the heavenly prison? Seeing Sun Jian like this, Xiao Hua felt a little bitter in his heart. He said in a low voice, Perfected Lord Qingyuan, don't be anxious. Tell me what happened first. What happened? He. Sun Jian let out a bitter laugh. There were actually some tears in his eyes. You and I fell into the Black Ruins Mountain. Previously, we were still drifting in the heavenly prison together. As immortal soldiers and immortal generals fell one after another, it was time for us to part. Too much time has passed. I already can't remember what you said at that time. I only know that after you finished speaking, you didn't say anything. No matter how I talked to you, you ignored me. You stopped outside the halo, not moving at all. Later, I also got tired and stopped paying attention to you. I drifted in the pitch-black heavenly prison by myself. Perhaps it was 2,000 years or 3,000 years. I don't know exactly how long it was. I only remember that I was getting older and older, and my lifespan was getting closer and closer. Finally, another huge force pulled me out of the pitch-black darkness. This pull lasted for several hundred years. Then, you came. At this point, Sun Jian looked around and asked again, why didn't you change at all? Isn't this the hidden immortal continent? Where is this place? Xiao Hua held his chin. His heart was in a perilous situation. To him, it was merely a short moment. But to Sun Jian, it was actually 3,000 years. Time law is indeed the most profound law in this world. Sun Jian didn't pursue the matter. 3,000 years of time had given him enough patience. Xiao Hua replied, True Monarch Qingyuan, do you still remember the Kunlun mirror case you gave me? Could it be? This place is the Kunlun immortal realm? Sun Jian said in shock. Then you yourself, I am naturally still in the heavenly prison. Xiao Hua nodded and said, You just fell into that time zone. I immediately used the Kunlun mirror to take you into the Kunlun immortal realm. To me, it was merely an instant. But to you, it was different. Therefore, I didn't change at all. I understand. Sun Jian nodded slightly and said with a sigh, It was merely an instant. My life has reached its end again. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian's withered face and asked, Fellow immortal, your lifespan has reached its end? Sun Jian shook his head. Fellow immortal, can you cultivate in the Kunlun immortal realm? Since Fujiwen could cultivate in the space, Sun Jian could naturally cultivate as well. However, Xiao Hua still asked. Sigh. Sun Jian sighed. Looking at the picturesque Kunlun immortal realm, he said, The path of cultivation has already left me 1,000 years ago. You and I are no longer on the same path. Ah! Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Sun Jian had stayed in the heavenly prison for 3,000 years. He couldn't cultivate. 3,000 years was enough to change everything. You have already lost your cultivation? Xiao Hua asked probingly. Sun Jian shook his head. If I didn't have my cultivation, how could I have lived until now? However, right now, my cultivation is almost the same as not having it. I only want to devote my remaining life to the mountains and rivers. I hope that Daoist Master Xiao will give me this opportunity. Don't you want to try cultivating? Xiao Hua advised. When I just came in, I thought about it. Sun Jian finally spoke the truth. Furthermore, I also tried it. I can cultivate in this Kunlun immortal realm, however, my lifespan is almost up. If I can't break through my realm, I'm afraid I can't live for another year. Ha ha. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, since Daoist Master Qingyuan is willing, then it's easy. While speaking, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pointed his index finger at Sun Jian's forehead. At the top of the Voidbreaker eye, a strand of crystal light entered it. Sun Jian's body shook and he hurriedly closed his eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, when Xiao Hua moved his finger away, tears flowed out from the corners of Sun Jian's eyes. Without opening his eyes, he shouted, the ancient said that it's enough to die at night. I finally understand. After speaking, Sun Jian opened his eyes and was about to throw himself on the ground and kowtow to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his sleeve and helped him up. He said with a smile, Daoist Master Qingyuan, although you and I are different from Taoists and Confucians, what you said in Black Ruins Mountain was right. You and I have become friends and both of us are hypocritical. Now that you are in the heavenly prison because of me, how can I not save you? Of course, it's still too early for me to say anything about saving you out of the heavenly prison. This 5-Qis unification technique, just treat it as a small token of my appreciation. I can accept your appreciation, but I can't forget the ceremony of teaching. Sun Jian thought for a while and replied stubbornly, Master Xiao, just call me Sun Jian in the future. Thinking about Sun Jian's loyalty to the immortal emperor, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, as you wish. Sure enough, Sun Jian immediately asked, can I tell the immortal emperor about this 5-Qis unification technique? Xiao Hua said helplessly, let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it after we get out of the heavenly prison. Yes, Master Xiao. Sun Jian nodded. Haha, Sun Jian, no need to be so polite. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's best if it's the same as before. Otherwise, I'll feel awkward too. All right. Sun Jian said with a smile, I understand. Then you should hurry up and cultivate. Xiao Hua said, if your lifespan is almost up and you still haven't broken through, just tell me. I might have other ways. Actually, it's not that I can't break through to the 5th grade of essence energy, Sun Jian said with a smile, it's that I'm not willing to break through. Because I feel that there are some flaws in my cultivation technique. If I break through to the 5th grade of essence energy, there will be some flaws that are hard to fix. Now that I have Master Xiao's cultivation technique, breaking through to the 5th grade of essence energy is just around the corner. Haha, that's good. Xiao Hua took out a transmission talisman and said, if you have any questions or want to find me, you can send a transmission talisman to me. This transmission talisman can be sent outside of the Kunlun immortal realm? Sun Jian was a little confused. Xiao Hua's figure flew up and said with a smile, of course not. But I have a clone cultivating in the Kunlun immortal realm. Master Xiao is actually a clone right now? Sun Jian was extremely astonished. What cultivation level is Master Xiao at? I'm not a literary star either. Xiao Hua said as he flew, fellow immortal Sun can use it as a target to try. Haha, of course. Sun Jian laughed loudly and said heroically, I still have to find Sun how to settle the score. How can it be possible without the strength of a literary star? Jade Archive Xiao Hua flew up into the air. With a wave of his hand, the black box that was placed not far away from Sun Jian previously appeared in his hand. This box looked very ordinary. There were no runes on its surface, nor were there any fluctuations. However, even Jade Archive Xiao Hua's gaze could not see through such an ordinary item. Damn it, how can something that can appear in the heaven prison and not be destroyed by the time array be ordinary? Jade Archive Xiao Hua did not dare to carelessly destroy this box. After thinking for a while, he carefully sent the box to a corner of the space and then flew out of the barrier around Sun Jian's area. -13. Chapter 4076. As soon as the Jade Archive Xiao Hua appeared in the space, the green-robed Xiao Hua appeared in front of him with a rare serious expression. He said, fellow Daoist, this is the biggest crisis we have encountered in our lives. That's right. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua nodded. But we were lucky enough to survive in the heavenly prison. I didn't have time to cultivate in seclusion, so I will cultivate in seclusion to my heart's content this time. Fellow Daoist, you should take charge of the cultivation of the formless nascent soul and those scattered nascent souls. Let's see how far you can cultivate. All right. The green-robed Xiao Hua also knew the danger of this trip, so he agreed. The Jade Archive Xiao Hua left the space and fell into Xiao Hua's lower dantian, urging the formless nascent soul to cultivate. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, Xiao Hua looked at the endless darkness, sat down cross-legged, and continued to refine his divine sense. His divine sense was like a hammer, but it was still far from being able to find the great snow mountain's divine sense mark in the heavenly prison. Cultivators often said that cultivation was without time, and cultivating in the heavenly prison was even more without time. Following Xiao Hua's seclusion, his figure floated past one time zone after another. These time zones either had fluctuations used for cultivation, or were empty and silent, or had some chaotic fluctuations. When there were fluctuations, Xiao Hua began to cultivate. When there were no fluctuations, Xiao Hua closed his eyes to comprehend. Day after day, year after year. Years after years passed like flowing water, passing in front of Xiao Hua's eyes like fluctuations. In the beginning, Xiao Hua would occasionally count the days, but as time passed, he was too lazy to count. In short, one divine ability after another was cultivated, one realm after another was broken through, and secret techniques were also cultivated one after another. Xiao Hua's seclusion achievements were harvested one after another. In this long process of cultivation, Xiao Hua had other discoveries. The time in the space was actually not exactly the same as the time in the heavenly prison. Just like the folded jadeite forgotten realm, Xiao Hua's mind did not enter the space. Although the time in the space was moving according to inertia, it was still slower than the heavenly prison. Moreover, the more Xiao Hua's mind did not enter the space, the slower the time was. However, as long as Xiao Hua's mind entered the space, the time law in the space would forcibly coincide with the heavenly prison, speeding up the flow. Therefore, in the end, Xiao Hua's mind would not rashly enter the space unless it was absolutely necessary. Even so, an earth-shattering change had occurred within the space. The size of the space increased once again. When Xiao Hua's spiritual sense reached 60,000 miles, the space expanded to 60 million miles. All the spiritual pets in the space were hatched. The Iceworm King, Water Pattern Butterfly, Dream Mirage Butterfly, and so on were placed into different seals by Jade Archive Xiao Hua. As for Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede, they had also undergone incredible changes. On the other hand, the rainbow conch that Xiao Hua brought out from the Xiantian Grand Array at the bottom of the West Ocean was not affected at all. Within the space, the one who was most helpful to Xiao Hua's cultivation was Xiao Guo. Ever since Xiao Hua's ancient golden core in the Dragon Island stacked jadeite legacy realm, Xiao Guo had learned an even more profound alchemy technique from this so-called golden core. In particular, from this ancient golden pill, Xiao Guo had comprehended the realm of Dao sect pills. Although Xiao Guo had not reached the spirit-severing stage or the unification stage, it could still help Xiao Hua refine suitable pills and help him break through. There was also a lightning tribulation in the heavenly prison. The lightning tribulation in the heavenly prison was different from that in the hidden immortal continent. This lightning tribulation wasn't attracted by Xiao Hua's tribulation, but by chance he encountered it in different time zones. The lightning tribulation wasn't a thunderbolt or a flash of lightning, nor was it a dense cloud. Like the chi of heaven and earth, it was also a fluctuation. It was just that this fluctuation was abnormally tyrannical, and the power it contained far surpassed that of the hidden immortal continent. Although the fluctuations of the lightning tribulation were very difficult to see in time zones, Xiao Hua could always encounter it a few times in 10,000 years. Therefore, not only was his Dao sect cultivation close to the middle Mahayana stage, even Xiao Hua's formless nascent soul and those scattered nascent souls had all transcended 8 lightning tribulations and become rank 8 scattered nascent souls. It was worth mentioning that 5,000 years after Xiao Hua fell into the heavenly prison, Buddha Subhuti came out of seclusion. As soon as Subhuti came out of seclusion, There was immediately endless Buddhist essence that seeped into Xiao Hua's mind like a sweet rain. This sweet rain made Xiao Hua, who was somewhat impetuous, calm down immediately. Although Xiao Hua said that he treated the falling heavenly prison as a closed-door cultivation, this closed-door cultivation was different from a real closed-door cultivation. During the 5,000 years, Xiao Hua had flown through many time zones, experienced many time fragments, and was disappointed again and again. This made him as confused and dispirited as Sun Jian was back then. This negative emotion directly affected the cultivation of the other primordial spirits. And after Xiao Hua shared these Buddhist essences with other primordial spirits, these messy and harmful negative emotions were immediately strangled. The pleasant surprise that Buddha Subhuti brought to Xiao Hua was not limited to this. As early as before Subhuti came out of seclusion, he passed on some true essence of sarira and physical body cultivation. And after Subhuti came out of seclusion, he thoroughly comprehended the foundation of sarira cultivation, pushing the comprehension of Buddhist divine ability to the peak. The most direct result was that Xiao Hua had the possibility of being completely separated from his other primordial spirits, making up for the consequences of Xiao Hua's previous rash splitting of his primordial spirit. Moreover, what made Xiao Hua pleasantly surprised was that after green-robed Xiao Hua obtained this kind of comprehension, he thought of Shang Hua's underworld human-bodied snake-tailed deity statue in the space. Xiao Hua naturally knew that the deity statue had some secrets that he didn't know, but even if he entered the space with the identity of Jade Archive Xiao Hua, he couldn't see any trace of it. However, after green-robed Xiao Hua obtained the Buddhist essence, he immediately entered the space. In order to not affect the time inside the space, Xiao Hua's mind didn't enter the space. Green-robed Xiao Hua came out of the space in just a moment, holding a fist-sized 7-colored crystal in his hand. This crystal was extracted from the chest of the deity statue by green-robed Xiao Hua using the Buddhist essences. Xiao Hua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and soul sense couldn't penetrate the crystal. Only Xiao Hua's divine sense could. When Xiao Hua saw what was inside, he was ecstatic. It was a drop of blood essence. The blood essence exuded a powerful aura, and after Xiao Hua easily swallowed the blood essence, the 1000 Demon Realm external avatar technique appeared clearly in Xiao Hua's mind. At this time, Xiao Hua understood that the deity statue had always had the 1000 Demon Realm avatar technique, but without the foundation of the 1000 Demon Realm avatar technique, it was impossible to perceive the existence of this secret technique. Shang Huaming's cultivation technique was only the most basic of the basics. Even after cultivating it, he still wasn't qualified to cultivate an avatar. Even if the 10,000 Demon Realms goddess gave him some cultivation techniques and the Heavenly Abode Rivers technique, it still wasn't enough. On the contrary, Ku Tutuo's Buddhist secret technique about the flesh and sarira made up for this gap. This allowed Xiao Hua to obtain this secret technique from the deity statue and have the ability to cultivate it. After obtaining the 1000 Demon Realm avatar technique, many of the primordial spirits were overjoyed. While comprehending their own techniques, they also seized the opportunity to comprehend the 1000 Demon Realm avatar technique. Afterward, Buddha body's cultivation continued step by step. In the heavenly prison, body couldn't sense the power of faith, so he couldn't use the fluctuations in the heavenly prison. Therefore, he studied the Buddhist scriptures and carefully cultivated the exquisite temple Dharma. He also used the sarira to cultivate. A long time was enough for body to thoroughly comprehend the Buddhist techniques, condense the 8 feet golden body, and practice the Buddhist 8 syllables. As for the other Buddhist secret techniques, such as the power of mountains, the power of sound, the power of stars, the power of karma, and so on, there were countless of them. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua's cultivation was of the utmost importance. The 1000 Demon Realm avatar technique was the foundation of Xiao Hua's escape from the heavenly prison. Therefore, the cultivation of soul magic was the focus of Xiao Hua's attention. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was even more blessed than the other primordial spirits. The heavenly prison had many fluctuations of the primitive aura, which he could use many times more than the other primordial spirits. Moreover, the Magus Codex in the mysterious dark cloud had a complete record of green seal script. With the help of the underworld fruit, Soul cultivator Xiao Hua reached the solitary sky realm in about 5,000 years, and had mastered 360 green seal scripts. Previously, when he entered the Forbidden Spring Ocean, Soul cultivator Xiao Hua risked his life to see the green seal script of the three heavens beyond the heavens. Therefore, Soul cultivator Xiao Hua knew that he still had a long way to go. After he mastered the green seal scripts in the Magus Codex, he continued to search for other green seal scripts among the inheritances of the 12 deities. The inheritances of the 12 deities were as vast as the sea. Soul cultivator Xiao Hua was immersed in them and gained a lot. Of course, the 1000 Demon Realm avatar technique that Xiao Hua valued the most, Soul cultivator Xiao Hua had already succeeded in cultivating it before he comprehended the inheritances of the 12 deities. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's cultivation was also very smooth. He was originally formed from the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pond, so he was very sensitive to fluctuations of energy. Apart from the earliest time when Dragon Vein Xiao Hua cultivated with the help of some dragon crystals, he completely relied on the fluctuations of the heavenly prison. What was special was that the complete dragon jade not only contained the heavenly dragon language technique, but also the complete set of cultivation techniques of the Dragon Island. In the end, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's strength was not inferior to Phoenix Body Xiao Hua. Of course, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua's cultivation was also very successful. The Supreme Saint bloodline in his body was constantly fusing with his monster body. Every time a fluctuation of time passed by his body, Phoenix Body Xiao Hua would be able to comprehend the profoundness of the primitive catalogue. However, the Supreme Saint bloodline was really too profound. It was an inheritance of the monster race for some unknown purpose. 10,000 years of cultivation was not enough for Phoenix Body Xiao Hua to uncover the veil of the Supreme Saint bloodline. Phoenix Body Xiao Hua's cultivation had only just begun. Bone tempering Xiao Hua failed to control the white bone deities in front of the Black Ruins Mountain and was instead controlled by the deities' blood bones. After entering the heavenly prison, his arrogant attitude had clearly changed. Later on, when bone tempering Xiao Hua was cultivating, he became even more courageous after knowing shame. He was even more hardworking than other primordial spirits, wanting to lend Xiao Hua a helping hand at crucial moments. -13. Chapter 4077. It was a pity that Xiao Hua's other cultivation methods were all complete, but he didn't have many cultivation methods for tempering his bones. He didn't even have a complete cultivation method for tempering his bones. His current fire origin was quickly cultivated to the pinnacle by him. His entire white bones had turned into a brilliant golden color. After finishing the bone tempering, Xiao Hua practiced other techniques. He cultivated the 5 elements escape technique he obtained from Yazi auction house to the extreme. As for the most difficult to find wind escape technique, because he didn't have any techniques, Xiao Hua could only cultivate it to the intermediate level. Devil Spirit Xiao Hua wasn't a part of Xiao Hua's primordial spirit, but he was controlled by Xiao Hua using Blood Shadow technique. Devil Spirit Xiao Hua first obtained the blood bones fluctuation in the God Devil blood pool. His heavenly cave had already undergone a qualitative transformation. Inside the heavenly prison, there were even more fluctuations. The devil race was similar to the monster race. They relied on devouring blood and devil chi to cultivate. This kind of strange energy wave was much more useful than blood. The devil spirit Xiao Hua's growth in this heavenly prison was extremely fast. It was even higher than Xiao Hua's Dao sect cultivation by a large margin. Sometimes, when Xiao Hua saw devil spirit Xiao Hua's cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds, Xiao Hua sighed with emotion. However, devil spirit Xiao Hua's cultivation base increased the most rapidly. Unexpectedly, it was Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. When he first entered the heavenly prison, Xiao Hua felt that there was no noble spirit qi here. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's cultivation might stagnate. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua also found the noble spirit qi's fluctuation, but this fluctuation was extremely small. However, the true qi in Xiao Hua's chest had been cultivated for a long time, and had even reached the 18th layer of the Qi refining realm. After the seal was lifted, this true Qi transformed into the true Qi of a Confucian cultivator, and finally formed the true 5 Qi unification. This process was the most tortuous, but also the longest. Therefore, after obtaining the innate true Qi kindling, the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua embarked on the correct path of Confucian cultivation. Although he borrowed the fluctuations of the heavenly prison, he didn't just rely on those fluctuations. He used his internal organs to stimulate the 9 cauldrons, cultivated the 5 Qi unification, and finally condensed the 3 flowers of his innate true Qi on the basis of the 5 Qi unification. While Xiao Hua's Yuan Shen had made great progress, Xiao Hua's disciples had also made unimaginable progress. Although Xiao Hua's mind avoided entering the space to accelerate the flow of time, thousands of years still passed in the space. For ordinary Dao sect cultivators, these thousands of years were enough for them to cultivate to the void refinement realm. For disciples like Liu Yi, reaching the void refinement realm was even easier. However, since Xiao Hua understood the principle of good preparation, he also had all kinds of experience in cultivation. When he asked the green-robed Xiao Hua to guide his disciples in their cultivation, he deliberately suppressed their breakthroughs. Even when they were in the aura refining realm, he also made them attempt to break through to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. When they were pregnant, he also imprinted all the meridians in their bodies into their minds. Of course, not everyone would be able to successfully refine all the meridians in their nascent soul. Everyone's meridians would be different depending on their aptitude. However, just by relying on these nascent soul meridians, how could they be a little bit stronger than other Dao sect cultivators? Moreover, under Xiao Hua's instructions, the green-robed Xiao Hua made them cultivate other orthodoxes' cultivation methods. Liu Yi cultivated Buddhism, Wang Bianfei cultivated Confucianism, Wu Tian cultivated divination, and so on. Therefore, on the surface, Xiao Hua's disciples' cultivation was only at the 6th or 7th grade, but each of them had the strength and standard to establish a sect. The green-robed Xiao Hua was in charge of the fortune gate. Although his disciples didn't learn as many things as Liu Yi and the others, there were many disciples whose cultivation was stronger than Liu Yi and the others. This made the green-robed Xiao Hua flaunt in front of Xiao Hua for a long time. As for the fortune gate's development, it made the green-robed Xiao Hua smile from ear to ear. Because the world's spiritual energy was abundant in the space, and there were no other sects, the fortune gate's original 30,000 disciples cultivated to an extremely high level. Moreover, as the disciples married, the fortune gate rapidly expanded, reaching 200,000 disciples in the end. Later, under Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's suggestion, the fortune gate no longer recruited disciples, but chose to impart suitable cultivation methods. Therefore, almost 2 million people in the space cultivated Dao sect, and they were all considered fortune gate disciples. Then there were the 2 million people in the space. Where did they come from? The green-robed Xiao Hua didn't know, nor did the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Only Xiao Hua knew in his heart that these were the souls reincarnated from the yin side of the space. In Wuyuan County, Jingyu County, and Fanchang County, Xiao Hua had taken in more than 100,000 people who were killed by the infernal judge's clone, but the number of souls he absorbed with the netherworld origin power was 10 times more. These souls lived and grew on the underworld fruit, and when the yin and yang side of the space intersected, they would be born from the yin side of the space to the yang side of the space. When the yang side of the space reached the end of its lifespan, the souls would be transferred to the yin side of the space and enter the underworld fruit again. This kind of reincarnation of life and death was the most primitive law of heaven and earth. After this law was born, there was a mysterious law power that entered Shueishue's soul. Of course, although Liu Yi's mother and Fu Jiwen's parents were nourished by the world's spiritual energy, they couldn't escape death. After using the rejuvenation pill, they still fell into the yin side of the space and reincarnated as humans. Xiao Hua couldn't see through all the mysterious changes happening in the space, but the heavenly Dao Xiao Hua and Karma Xiao Hua were watching everything from the inside the space at all times. Thus, they were able to comprehend all kinds of mysteries. All of this might not be of any use to the current Xiao Hua, but it would be of vital importance to Xiao Hua's future cultivation. On this day, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at the darkness around him, and asked, "Green-robed fellow Daoist, how many years have passed?" "Let me tell you, fellow Daoist, what you and I have experienced is probably 20,000 years. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "Nascent soul stage cultivators like us should have passed through the 8th stage. Every 1,000 years, there would be a tribulation, so it would take 8,000 years. Moreover, the lightning tribulation can't be encountered all the time, so it should be 20,000 years. Damn it! 20,000 years are..." Xiao Hua took a deep breath as if he had a toothache. 20,000 years of seclusion. I only reached the Mahayana realm. Speaking of which, the last few realms actually took so much time. Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, although it is said that 20,000 years have passed, there is a lot of time without any fluctuations for cultivation. I'm afraid you and I have only cultivated for 10,000 years. Besides, the cultivation method is very clear. Generally speaking, it takes 600 years to cultivate the gold core realm, 1,200 years to cultivate the nascent soul realm, 2,400 years to cultivate the spirit separation realm, 5,600 years to cultivate the void refinement realm, 11,200 years to cultivate the body integration realm, and nearly 10,000 years to cultivate the mid-Mahayana realm. You can calculate it yourself. How many years will it take? Fellow Daoist only used 20,000 years to cultivate to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. It is already very rare in the world. Don't mention the cultivation method of the Daoist sect. Xiao Hua waved his hand with a wry smile. Now, I don't even know if my cultivation method is still in the Mahayana realm. Fellow Daoist Longmai has already completely left my meridians. I don't have any meridians in my body at all. Fellow Daoist Longmai is just relying on the secret technique of the dragon race to temporarily live in I's body. Although you don't have any meridians, your Daoist sect's cultivation method, true essence, and tempering fluctuations can still rely on your body. As long as you have a body, you are still a Daoist sect cultivator. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied with certainty. Xiao Hua didn't refute and said, "You and I have been debating about this for thousands of years. I have long been tired of it, so let's not talk about it in the future. Up to you." Green-robed Xiao Hua shrugged and said, "I also don't have any meridians. Aren't I still a Daoist sect cultivator? What about the time in the space?" Xiao Hua changed the topic and asked. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied, "It has already been 10,000 years since fellow Daoist last came to the space. The time in the space is still stable, more than half of the time in the heavenly prison. It should be around 6,000 years now. 6,000 years in the space." Xiao Hua smiled wryly and said, "Then I'm afraid it will be 5,000 years in the hidden immortal continent. When we go back, things will remain the same, but people will change. Hehe, I am looking forward to it. I wonder if the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate or I's Fortune Gate is more powerful." Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a hint of showing off. Xiao Hua didn't miss the opportunity to remind, green-robed fellow Daoist, "Don't forget that the heaven and earth origin energy in the space is different from the hidden immortal continent. I don't know if the Fortune Gate's disciples can come out of the space. I have already thought about this." Green-robed Xiao Hua replied confidently, "Although these disciples are gestating their nascent souls in the space, and their nascent souls are condensed from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the space, they still have their physical bodies. With the protection of their physical bodies, they can definitely appear in the hidden immortal continent. Don't forget about fellow Daoist Longmai." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "He can't even enter the space at this time. He seems different." Green-robed Xiao Hua scratched his head, "I seem to have forgotten something. Fellow Daoist Longmai can definitely enter the space. What about that black box? Did you find anything?" Xiao Hua thought of something again. "No. That box is normally very tight. Other than not being able to open it, there is nothing unusual. Forget it. Let's wait for the opportunity." Xiao Hua raised his head and looked at the dazzling light in the distance. It was like the aurora he saw in the dawn rain continent. He said, "How can the things in the heavenly prison be ordinary?" "That's right. Let's wait for the opportunity. Green-robed Xiao Hua agreed, I don't know how many time fragments we have flown past in the past 20,000 years, but we have never found the divine sense mark of the Western Paradise. Now that we are getting further and further away from the Black Ruins Mountain, the hope is getting more and more uncertain. Who knows where the opportunity is? Green-robed fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua looked at the time halo in the distance and didn't care about it. He asked again, say, if I cultivate in the heavenly prison and pass the tribulation, will I ascend to the immortal world? -13. Chapter 4078. That won't happen. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied resolutely and decisively, if you were in the hidden immortal continent or the daybreak continent, even if you were sealed by a powerful enemy, as long as you cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage, all the seals and formations in the world would be destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth, and you would be able to escape. However, this is the heavenly prison, filled with the laws of time. The so-called lightning tribulation is nothing but a wisp of fluctuation inside. The power of the laws of the immortal world is absolutely unable to surpass the laws of time. You absolutely cannot use the power of the heavenly tribulation to escape from the heavenly prison. Speaking up to here, the layers of halos had already approached, and a strange aura and a noisy feeling assaulted his senses. Facing disappointment after disappointment, facing this unfamiliar aura, Xiao Hua casually urged his soul technique and mixed his soul sense with his divine sense. However, after a moment, he was disappointed again. Previously, in Xiao Hua's imagination, he used his divine sense to explore the divine sense mark he left on the Great Snow Mountain, but when he actually used it, he discovered a huge flaw. After all, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, it couldn't exceed the distance of the transmission channel. If he could really use his divine sense to perceive the Great Snow Mountain in Elysium, why would he use the transmission channel? He could directly teleport there. And when Xiao Hua successfully practiced the going south, north technique, Xiao Hua understood that soul techniques already had a way to sense the divine sense mark with his soul sense. Using the power of the soul to sense it was many times more brilliant than using divine sense to explore. Therefore, when Xiao Hua later detected the divine sense mark, he used his divine sense and soul sense to urge his soul technique to complete it. However, even with such a wonderful soul technique, in this vast and boundless heavenly prison, in the cracks of the few fragments of time, he didn't sense any trace of divine sense. Sometimes, Xiao Hua began to doubt whether his soul technique was useful in this heavenly prison, or whether he had drifted too far away in these 20,000 years, and his soul technique couldn't sense the divine sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain. After being disappointed, Xiao Hua looked at the traces of time passing through his body without setting off any ripples, and once again raised a question. What's going on with this Xiao's half-god body and the great god's aura in my body? Could it be that this Xiao had other opportunities? Also, I didn't use my divine sense to explore the first time fragments. Could it be that I have already missed the way back when I entered the heavenly prison? Withdrawing the soul technique, Xiao Hua withdrew his soul consciousness and divine sense from the time fragment. His divine sense had already been cut by 10% by the time fragment, but his soul consciousness didn't suffer too much damage under the protection of his divine sense. Just as Xiao Hua was about to withdraw his soul consciousness and nourish it, a strange aura came from the oval time fragment between the three rings of light not far away. Xiao Hua was a little lazy, allowing his body to slowly float by. He didn't release his divine sense or soul sense. However, when he was halfway through, Xiao Hua couldn't help but use his soul technique, releasing his divine sense and soul sense into this time fragment. Just as Xiao Hua's figure was about to float away, Xiao Hua's body suddenly shook violently. His face was filled with incomparable ecstasy, and he almost shouted, "Fellow Daoist Confucian cultivator, quickly activate the going south way north technique." Ah? Good. Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua was surprised at first, then suddenly realized. Pu. With a muffled sound, it was no longer soul strands gushing out from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows. Instead, it was a fountain of green seal characters that directly spurted out. Then, Hundreds of soul strands almost instantly touched these 300 or so basic green seal characters. Wung wung. Another rumbling sound. After all the green seal characters were lit up by Xiao Hua's soul strands, these green seal characters suddenly flew crazily and combined together. In just a moment, a flickering strange fluctuation, a green seal character the size of a fist appeared in the darkness. After that green seal character appeared, it didn't stop rotating at all. With a hong sound, it began to rotate. Strands of black and white light flashed out from this green seal character. Under the black and white light, the tadpole-like green seal character began to roll, swell, and swim towards the depths of the time fragment. Then, an extremely distorted and incomplete transportation channel appeared in front of Xiao Hua. Because this transportation channel wasn't complete, it was filled with the power of space-tearing. Moreover, the scattered fluctuations in the time fragment constantly attacked the channel, as if countless large hands were vigorously rubbing this channel. The distortion would change from time to time. Looking at this incomplete transportation channel, Xiao Hua's mouth revealed a smile. After all, this was a plan that he had been brewing countless times for more than 10,000 years. The formation of this transportation channel was more than 10 times faster than before. Although the channel wasn't complete and was abnormally distorted, Xiao Hua understood that everything in the time fragment was distorted by the power of time. Although it looked incomplete, it might not be incomplete on the inside. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out the Grand Cosmos Shifting Token. The green light between his eyebrows shone brightly, enveloping his entire body. Then, within the light, tens of millions of soul strands fell onto the transportation channel. Buzz. Another thunderous rumble sounded. A layer of human-shaped fluctuations appeared around Xiao Hua's body. This fluctuation produced a strong adhesive force that prevented Xiao Hua from flying. Although Xiao Hua was now at the Grand Ascension stage, it was beyond his ability to resist the power of time. In the face of this situation, Xiao Hua, who had been comprehending the laws of time for more than 10,000 years, didn't panic. He knew that this was because he wanted to leave the time region. The time region produced a natural attractive force. Xiao Hua's body moved slightly, and he rubbed his hands. Although it was a lightning technique, there was no lightning or thunderbolt. Only some strange fluctuations appeared from his hands. Moreover, these fluctuations didn't spread in all directions, but rushed in one direction according to Xiao Hua's hand gesture. When the ripples fell within the ripples of the time zone, Xiao Hua's figure spun around, and the adhesive force toward the teleportation channel greatly increased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dark green light around Xiao Hua's body flashed, and his figure was actually pulled toward the teleportation channel by the adhesive force of the time zone. Ha ha! Seeing his body fall into the transportation channel as he wished, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. Although he often used the principle of borrowing force to exert force with his fists and feet, he couldn't help but feel proud that he could use such a simple technique to bully the powerful power of time. Now that Xiao Hua had entered the tunnel with the greater universe shifting writ, the tunnel, which had been collapsing, immediately stabilized. It was true that the Soul Cultivator's teleportation tunnel couldn't block out the endless ripples of time within the fragment of time, but the entire tunnel had been established. Countless green seal characters surged like tadpoles, and strange shapes and strange lights emerged from the black and white runes. Xiao Hua's body streaked across the murderous ripples as he flew deeper and deeper into the tunnel. Xiao Hua didn't have time to carefully investigate the situation of the transportation channel. He urged the Soul Scholar to connect the transportation channel with the vague divine sense mark in the time fragment. The divine sense mark was like a small lamp in a stormy sea, and wasn't particularly obvious. Xiao Hua even felt that this divine sense mark was somewhat unfamiliar and extremely weak. However, this divine sense mark was exactly the same as his own soul, so Xiao Hua couldn't doubt it. Maybe it's because this Xiao floated in the heavenly prison for too long, and is too far away from the snowy mountain in the western paradise. Xiao Hua slightly closed his eyes and urged the soul technique to think, this divine sense mark is distorted in this time fragment, so this Xiao Hua has this kind of feeling. However, this time fragment is too frightening. Almost every inch of the area has different time fluctuations. Apart from this Xiao Hua who has the body of a half-god and can survive in this time fragment, any other cultivator in the hidden immortal continent. I'm afraid they can't survive here for even half a moment, right? The time fragment, as the name implied, was the shattering of time. Just as Xiao Hua perceived, every inch of the time law was different. The entire area was like fireflies rippling on the surface of water. Not only was the transportation channel shattered, even Xiao Hua's own body was also shattered. A body bearing thousands of different time fragments, no immortal or mortal could survive. This was also the reason why no cultivator could escape from the heavenly prison. Xiao Hua admittedly had a way to escape, but he also had a body soaked in primal chaos energy, so he could escape from the heavenly prison with the help of this unimaginable time fragment. Of course, if he could comprehend the time law in the heavenly prison, he could even more comprehend it in this time fragment. Xiao Hua relied on the soul cultivator Xiao Hua to urge the soul technique, and he took the time to comprehend the time law between the fragments. He clearly knew that this kind of opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. Of course, while Xiao Hua was comprehending the time law, his heart was also hanging. After all, the divine sense mark of the snowy mountain was really too weak, and the transportation channel was only supported by this divine sense mark. Sometimes, when the divine sense mark was weak, Xiao Hua's soul technique almost couldn't sense it, and he could only rely on a trace of his soul to maintain the transportation channel. Behind Xiao Hua, the transportation channel had already collapsed, and Xiao Hua had no way back. And this time fragment was different from the time region in the heavenly prison. If Xiao Hua was trapped in this time fragment, he probably wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Just when Xiao Hua was worried, wong wong, the transportation channel around Xiao Hua suddenly issued a rumbling sound. The originally distorted black and white brilliance suddenly stopped, and at the same time, it emitted a brilliant brilliance. The surging green seal characters also seemed to have calmed down, and started to move around the channel in an orderly manner. Good. Xiao Hua clapped his hands in joy, because the time fragment surrounding him suddenly disappeared, and his comprehension also came to an abrupt end. At this time, how could he not know that he had already left the time fragment? -13. Chapter 4079. Unfortunately, without waiting for his two palms to hit each other, boom. The entire transmission channel once again issued a huge explosion sound. Ouch, not good. The soul cultivator Xiao Hua, who was doing his best to urge his soul technique, cried out in alarm, "Our divine sense mark has disappeared. I can't sense it at all. How is this possible? Didn't we already escape from the heavenly prison?" Xiao Hua, who had just experienced extreme misfortune, instantly felt his heart turn cold. Just now, inside the time fragment, although the divine sense mark was weak, he could still find it. Why was it that after leaving the time fragment and reaching a safe place, the divine sense mark actually disappeared? Unfortunately, at this time, Xiao Hua didn't have time to think about it. The transmission channel that was originally set up in front of him collapsed with a rumbling sound. Within the black and white brilliance, the malevolent fangs of the power of space were revealed. Sigh. Seeing this, Xiao Hua suddenly had a familiar feeling. An unimaginable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that I also experienced the collapse of a transmission channel before? Of course, the current Xiao Hua was no longer an ignorant person. His whole body flashed with a dark green brilliance, and countless soul threads were released, supporting the transmission channel several hundred zhong in front of him. Then, he rubbed his hands together, and a thick crystal light fell in the surrounding air. In an instant, a huge ball of lightning formed a huge sphere to protect the transmission channel. Catcher, catcher. Outside the lightning, the sound of explosions could be heard all the time. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Xiao Hua's forehead. After all, contending against the power of heaven and earth with one person's strength was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Under Xiao Hua's protection, the transmission channel still moved somewhat disorderly in the void. Xiao Hua was already powerless to control its direction. Moreover, Xiao Hua also didn't know where the Elysium was. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out after half a cup of tea's time. The space within a radius of several hundred miles shook violently. Amidst the tremors, Xiao Hua flew out with lightning. At this moment, the void was torn apart and shattered. Rays of light and shadow flashed in front of Xiao Hua's eyes. Xiao Hua seemed to see a huge starry sky. He saw an azure star that looked like a broken sphere. On one side of this azure star, there was a thick blood mist shrouding it. Woo! A strange wave came from afar. Before Xiao Hua could react, the green light around his body naturally followed the wave and extended out soul strands. That lightning even shattered the void. Xiao Hua's figure was actually pulled into the strange wave. Then, a huge teleportation force came from all directions and landed on Xiao Hua's body. This is a teleportation array. Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment before he suddenly came to a realization. Even though this Xiao's teleportation channel exploded, but it just so happened that someone activated the teleportation channel and passed by this place. This Xiao's body still has the ripples of the teleportation channel, and this ripple was attracted by the ripples of the teleportation channel, and sent this Xiao into this teleportation channel. Damn it! This Xiao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. I can finally return to hidden immortal continent. The pressure inside the teleportation channel was extremely great. Xiao Hua's entire body flickered with lightning. Moreover, because of Xiao Hua's sudden addition, the entire teleportation channel gave birth to a strong repulsive force. The teleportation channel was also somewhat distorted. However, this kind of mutation was as easy as flipping his hand for Xiao Hua, who was proficient in the art of going in the opposite direction. A few green seal characters fell into the teleportation channel between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, and the entire teleportation channel immediately stabilized. After no less than half a cup of tea's time, the pressure on the teleportation channel began to gradually lessen. This must be the ancient teleportation channel left behind by the Elysium world. Xiao Hua knew that the teleportation channel was about to end. He couldn't help but become somewhat pensive. No matter if it's Daybreak Continent or Hidden Immortal Continent, there doesn't seem to be such a long-distance teleportation channel. Swoosh! Seemingly a white light flashed. Xiao Hua's figure suddenly sank. His feet landed on the ground, and he sensed that kind of solidity coming from the ground. Xiao Hua's tears almost flowed out from his eyes. He had been wandering in the heavenly prison for 20,000 years. When did he have this kind of solid feeling? Moreover, when Xiao Hua breathed through his mouth and nose, the heaven and earth origin energy that was close to that of a blessed land's heavenly passage swarmed in, making Xiao Hua unable to adapt. Senior brother, quickly save me. Without waiting for the dizziness in Xiao Hua's mind to disappear, a woman's delicate voice sounded in Xiao Hua's ear. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. His head was still dizzy. The effect of the teleportation channel had not been eliminated. Although it was not to the extent where the sky and earth were spinning, he was still unable to think normally. Xiao Hua could clearly see that in front of him was actually not a teleportation channel, but an enormous mountain range. The mountain range was filled with huge rocks of different sizes. The left side of the huge rocks was filled with bloodstains. In the bloodstains, some magic weapons and bones were discarded. The magic weapons had all lost their brilliance. The bones did not have any flesh. In the sky above the bloodstains, a petite woman wearing an emerald green dress was holding a whip in her hand, blocking left and right. The clothes on the woman's body seemed to be a protective magic weapon, emitting a dark green brilliance. This brilliance was like a cold flower that protected her entire body. Around her, several monsters covered in pitch-black scales flapped their wings that were tens of jong in size, tightly surrounding her. However, in this encirclement, there was only one monster with a similar figure to this woman, but it was also covered in scales. It was spitting out pitch-black flames from its mouth as it fought with this woman. The woman's body also had some scars that dyed her emerald green dress red. As the woman waved her whip, it was like a raging wave of whip shadows pouncing out. Those layers of heaven and earth origin energy turned into wind blades that crazily chopped towards the monster in front of her. However, these whip shadows were reduced to ashes in the flames. When the wind blades landed on the monster's scales, they only produced sparks. They were unable to cause too much damage to the monster. When the woman saw Xiao Hua, her eyes were filled with ecstasy as she hurriedly shouted. When this woman's voice came out, it naturally attracted the attention of many monsters. They all turned their heads to look at Xiao Hua. Senior brother? Xiao Hua was shocked. He hurriedly looked down at his arm and asked curiously, Miss, when did I become your senior brother? Brother. At this moment, from under Xiao Hua's feet, a low voice sounded, this uninvited brother, I am her senior brother. Xiao Hua looked down and then hurriedly jumped to the side. He bowed and said, Sorry, it was all my carelessness. I apologize to you, brother. The place where Xiao Hua was previously standing was a middle-aged man wearing a daoist robe. Xiao Hua had stepped on him between the huge rocks. At this moment, the man's bruised and swollen face poked out from the crack in the rock with difficulty. He raised his similarly bloody arm and pointed his index finger at his nose that had a corner cut off. Roar! Without waiting for the man to speak, the several monsters surrounding the woman roared. As if they had a tacit understanding, they spread their wings and surrounded Xiao Hua and the man in the middle. Huff! At the same time, several black flames mixed with black smoke rushed towards Xiao Hua. Brother, be careful. The man said. A red brilliance sprayed out from his mouth. A small sword flashed with flames and stabbed towards one of the monsters. When did the hidden immortal continent have daoist cultivators? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, but he laughed and said, Hey, no need to worry. It's just a few monsters. Watch this Xiao's method. As he spoke, Xiao Hua waved his hands. Rumble. Huge thunderous sounds came from his hands. Several bolts of lightning that were even more arrogant than a huge sword appeared and landed on the bodies of several monsters. Clang! The man's flying sword landed on the monster's body first. Sparks splashed out from the monster's scales. Soon after, the flying sword ruthlessly pierced into the monster's body. Xiao Hua's thunderbolt came down with a loud bang. Roar! Several monsters only let out half a scream before they were turned into powder under the thunderbolt. The man who was about to fly out from the crack in the rock was dumbstruck. The woman who had been paying attention to this place was also stunned. It was also at this moment that the monster spread its wings. The tail with sharp thorns pierced through the dark green brilliance and landed in front of the woman's soft breasts. The woman woke up, but everything was too late. The pitch-black tail dripping with pus was already less than 3 inches away from her heart. The woman's beautiful face turned pale, but in the blink of an eye, she felt a sudden warmth at her waist. Then, her body strangely retreated. She watched as the tail of the monster suddenly moved away. Then, there was another bright flash of lightning. The monster was reduced to ashes in the flash of lightning. Everything seemed like an indescribable dream. However, at this moment, a breath that was like sunlight filled the tip of her nose, causing her heart to abruptly jump, and her pretty face abruptly heated up. Miss. Xiao Hua's gentle voice sounded. Are you okay? The woman woke up and hurriedly struggled from Xiao Hua's embrace. She bowed and said, Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Junior is fine. Hehe, that's good. Xiao Hua pinched his chin. He looked to the left and said with a smile, Is this hidden immortal continent or Pure Land? Which sect are you disciples of? This Xiao hasn't returned to the 3 continents for a long time. It's really unfamiliar. Hidden immortal continent. Pure Land. 3 continents. The woman pursed her lips and smiled. She replied, Seems like Senior's transfer array is also wrong. This is not the 3 continents Senior wants to go to. This is the ruins. Junior's name is Yu Mingxin, a disciple of fragrant religion. Boom. Yu Mingxin's words hit Xiao Hua like a thunderbolt. He looked around in disbelief and released his divine sense. Woo! A huge wind whistled around Yu Mingxin. Yu Mingxin looked at Xiao Hua in surprise. An indescribable pressure slowly spread out from Xiao Hua's body. At the same time, Yu Mingxin did his best to resist this pressure. At the same time, Yu Mingxin's reverence for Xiao Hua increased. The man in the distance had just jumped out from the crack in the rock. Before he could fly over, he was also shocked by Xiao Hua's divine sense hurricane and pressure. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He stood there respectfully and quietly waited. -13. Chapter 4080. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Hua retracted his divine sense. A strange expression appeared on his face as he looked at Yu Mingxin and said with a smile, "Since this is not the three continents, why are your words?" However, Xiao Hua only spoke half a sentence before he was stunned. When he saw Yu Mingxin and heard what he said, he was ecstatic. Moreover, his head was dizzy, so he didn't care and casually answered. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the words spoken by Yu Mingxin and that middle-aged man were not the language of the hidden immortal continent or the Western Paradise. They were also not the language of the Dawn Rain continent. However, these words seemed to be engraved in Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua couldn't help but say it out loud. "What's wrong with Junior's words?" Yu Mingxin blinked his bright eyes and looked at Xiao Hua strangely. The way he tilted his head was very cute. "Where is this place?" Xiao Hua panicked. "Have you heard of Lu Town? Have you heard of Western Paradise, Hidden Immortal Continent, Dawn Rain Continent or Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" "Senior, what you said is very strange. I don't think there's such a name in my cultivation world." Yu Mingxin thought for a while and shook his head. "The place Junior is at is called the Ruins. It's a remote corner of the cultivation world. Or perhaps the place Senior wants to go is somewhere else. However, if Senior wants to leave the ruins, it's a bit troublesome now." That man respectfully flew over and bowed. "Junior Yu Changming of the Incense Cult greets Senior. I. Xiao Hua. You can call me Daoist Xiao." Xiao Hua said to Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming absent-mindedly, "Why can't I leave the ruins?" "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Yu Mingxin's eyes lit up as he explained, "Daoist Xiao, you should know that the ruins is a small corner of the cultivation world. It doesn't have many transfer arrays to other places in the cultivation world. Usually, it's very peaceful. However, hundreds of years ago, for some unknown reason, there was a problem with the transportation formation that led to the outside world. Not only could it not be transported out, but people from the devil world also suddenly appeared in the ruins. Now, the ruins are surrounded by the devil dwellers. The three major sects and hundreds of small sects in the ruins are trying their best to defend against the devil dwellers. Although the immortals' dharmic powers are great, it won't be easy for you to leave immediately. The reason why Daoist Master Xiao was able to come here with me was because of the deviation in the transmission array around the ruins." Yu Changming hurriedly explained. Cultivation world, ruins. Xiao Hua pinched his chin as he thought to himself, since this place isn't one of the three continents, nor is it the Daybreak continent, then there must be a problem with this Xiao's transportation channel, causing it to deviate in direction and be transported here. Maybe it's because I've been drifting in the heavenly prison for too long. Even though I've only been in the world's edge for 20,000 years, maybe I've been in the hidden immortal continent for 1,000,000 years. Everything has changed. Of course, even if millions of years pass and people and things change, the three continents won't change, right? Could it be that even the three continents have changed? If that's the case, then I can only say that I've been transported to the wrong place. But the divine sense mark that I sensed in the heavenly prison was the divine sense mark on the Great Snow Mountain. It was personally marked by me. How did I get transported here? Daoist Master Xiao? Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Yu Mingxin probed, "There's an ancient saying that goes with the flow. Since Daoist Master Xiao is already here, why don't you wait and see? Perhaps it won't be long before the transmission array in the ruins is repaired. At that time, it won't be too late for Daoist Master to leave." That's right. Yu Changming also agreed, Daoist Master Xiao's methods are exceedingly high. Now that my ruins is being attacked by the devil dwellers, if Daoist Master can lend a hand, my Chuan Xiong School, Misty School, and Shendao sect will definitely be endlessly grateful. Misty School? Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, there's a misty school in the ruins? That's right. Yu Ming-shin felt a bit strange and hurriedly replied, not only is there a misty school in the ruins, there's also a Shundao sect. That Shundao sect is a branch of the famous Tai Bai sect in the cultivation world. Tai Bai sect? Xiao Hua slightly shook his head, never heard of it. But I've heard of misty school. Hehe, Daoist master must be joking. Yu Ming-shin pursed her lips and smiled, revealing 2 small dimples and said, Misty School is a sect in the ruins. Even though it's one of the 3 major sects in the ruins, how can it be compared to Tai Bai sect? Shundao sect is only a branch of Tai Bai sect, but it can be compared to Misty School. No matter how famous Tai Bai sect is, what does it have to do with me? Xiao Hua smiled, I've never heard of it, so I've never heard of it. Xiao Hua's words caused Yu Ming-shin and Yu Changming to stare blankly. After all, even though Xiao Hua's words revealed a kind of arrogance, but, in reality, he was belittling Tai Bai sect. Perhaps brainless people would see Xiao Hua in a new light, but Yu Ming-shin and Yu Changming both knew of Tai Bai sect's power, so they could only have doubts in their hearts. The 2 exchanged glances and Yu Ming-shin asked probingly, Daoist Master Xiao, you've really never heard of Tai Bai sect? Indeed, Xiao Hua nodded and asked curiously, could it be that Tai Bai sect is especially famous? Yu Ming-shin smiled bitterly and asked again, then, where did Daoist Master Xiao come from? 3 continents. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2's reaction and replied, you 2 probably haven't heard of it. Indeed. Yu Ming-shin nodded, Junior has indeed never heard of the name of this outside world. Of course, if Senior came from outside the cultivation world, it's normal that you haven't heard of Tai Bai sect. However, Tai Bai sect and Kunlun sect are the 2 biggest cultivation sects in our cultivation world. Not only do they occupy a star field by themselves, they also spread their power to many star fields. If Senior wants to return to the 3 continents, I'm afraid you'll have to form a good relationship with either Tai Bai sect or Kunlun sect. Kunlun sect? Xiao Hua was startled. He couldn't help but recall that when he was in the Dawn Rain continent, someone once warned him that although the Dawn Rain continent's Kunlun sect wasn't particularly powerful, it was one of the most profound cultivation sects in the Dawn Rain continent. However, thinking about what Yu Ming-shin said and the surrounding situation, Xiao Hua also knew that this Kunlun sect was definitely not the same Kunlun sect. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua asked again, outside world? Apart from the cultivation world, what other world do you know? This. Yu Ming-shin hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, Junior's cultivation is shallow and the sect has strict orders. Without reaching the void refinement stage, Junior can't get involved in these outside world matters. Junior has only heard some rumors, it can't be considered true. Yu Changming smiled and said, if Daoist Xiao wants to know more, then please follow me back to the Fragrance sect's mountain gate. Junior will ask the sect's senior to clear up your doubts. That's right. Yu Ming-shin also echoed, Senior's matter of returning to the 3 continents, I'm afraid only the sect's senior can help. Senior, why don't you follow me back to the mountain gate? Is the Misty School's mountain gate the same as your Fragrance sect's mountain gate? Xiao Hua didn't directly answer, but asked back. Yu Changming didn't dare to hide, he shook his head and said, my Fragrance sect's mountain gate is in the 7 mountain range, the Misty School is in Ping River, the distance is very far. Yu Ming-shin hurriedly said, Senior, if you want to go to the Misty School, Junior can lead the way for you. Xiao Hua really wanted to go to the Misty School to see if the Misty School was the Misty School in his memory. However, when he heard the names of the 7 mountain range and Ping River, he didn't have any reaction in his mind. Naturally, he also knew that this Misty School might not be the Misty School he was looking for. Moreover, the devil race was currently besieging the ruins. If he rashly went to the Misty School, it might cause some misunderstandings. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said with a smile, now that the devil race is rampant, you might encounter some danger on the way back to the sect. This Xiao will send you back to the 7 mountain range first. Yu Ming-shin smiled sweetly and bowed, thank you, Senior. However, in the next moment, her face became sad again. She looked around and said, if only Senior had come earlier. Hearing this, Yu Changming also felt sad. He raised his hand and said, "Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior and Junior will clean up these corpses. There is a transmission array of my fragrant religion in the tribute wasteland. Junior will bring Senior there in a moment." "Okay." Xiao Hua nodded and looked around. He said, "You can clean it up. The dead should be respected. They are disciples of the fragrant religion. They also died in battle to protect the ruins. Their corpses should be brought back. Senior should know." Yu Ming Xin explained in a low voice, "They are not disciples of the fragrant religion. They are just disciples of other sects who were in the same group as Junior. Then we should bring their corpses back and send them to their sect. Let their souls rest in peace." Xiao Hua sighed. At this moment, Buddha body in the Niwen Palace suddenly said, "Tan Yu, there is something strange here." "Oh?" Xiao Hua was surprised. He waved his hand at Yu Ming Xin and Yu Changming, hinting them to clean up the corpses. His figure flashed and he turned into a rainbow and flew into the sky. He then asked, "Little monk, what did you find?" "Tan Yu," Buddha body said, "this poor monk found a lot of souls nearby. They seem to be the souls of the cultivators who just died. There are even some who died before. In an ordinary place, souls would immediately enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, these souls seem to be imprisoned here and can't leave. Therefore, a lot of wandering souls have gathered." Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He slapped his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. Sure enough, on the ground and in the air nearby, there were a few fine green patterns drifting about. They were ownerless wandering souls. These wandering souls were either complete or incomplete. There were more than what Buddha body said. What is going on? These souls can't return to the 9 underworlds. Xiao Hua was a bit confused. He looked at Yu Ming Xin and Yu Changming who were focused on cleaning up the corpses. He knew that the two of them knew very little. Even if he asked, they might not know. 13. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.